The committee will come to order. After brief opening remarks, members will receive testimony from our witness today, and then the hearing will be open to questions. Good morning once again, and welcome to today's hearing to receive testimony from the Secretary of Agriculture. I thank my colleagues for participating and my friend Secretary Vilsack for his time. We have a lengthy hearing ahead of us, so I will be brief in my remarks. For nearly 3 years, I've traveled across the country to hear from farmers, ranchers, foresters, rural communities, and everyday consumers. Many of our colleagues, both sides of the aisle, have joined me for those travels. The message that we've heard from those folks was very clear. They need the government to work for them, not against them. These men and women have struggled with fractured supply chains, considerable input costs, relentless inflation, natural disasters, volatile markets, and labor shortages, each consistently worsened by ill-conceived, half-baked executive action. In what seemingly is a daily occurrence, taxpayer dollars are being sent to every corner of the country, yet nothing has changed. We're not producing more fertilizer, we're not reducing the cost of production, we're not making food more affordable, however, we are burdening the taxpayer. We're losing ground on the world stage, and we are a net agricultural importer. We are less independent, less resilient, and less competitive. Now, a Farm Bill is the best opportunity that exists to course correct. Now, I've been clear in my intent. Congress can and must craft a bipartisan Farm Bill that aligns the farm safety net with the needs of the producers, expands market access and trade promotion opportunities, strengthens program operations to demand transparency and accountability to the taxpayers, and helping our neighbors in need, but doing so without indiscriminate expansion of our nutrition safety net. However, there remain significant headwinds to Congress's success. It is virtually impossible to create a robust and resilient farm safety net without significant investment. Considerable opportunities exist within our jurisdiction to not only fund the safety net, but fund a substantial number of shared bipartisan priorities. And I continue to implore my Democratic colleagues to think in earnest about these priorities that can be funded without cutting a SNAP benefit or eliminating the important conservation programs that we've all come to appreciate. Washington, D.C. is filled with rhetoric and armchair pundits. People go out of their way to work against you. Folks think a farm bill is impossible. That politics will prevail over good policy. That the dysfunction surrounding us has consumed us. Every comment intensifies my commitment to the American farmer. I'm on your side. I'm your champion, and I will never stop fighting for you. And with that, I yield to my good friend and distinguished ranking member, Mr. Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing today, and I certainly welcome our distinguished Secretary Vilsack. The very last time that Secretary Vilsack sat before this committee as a witness in March of last year, I spoke of beginning the Farm Bill process in earnest. Now, nearly a year later, we are still working towards our shared goal of passing a strong, effective, and bipartisan Farm Bill. And I hope that the testimony of Secretary Vilsack will provide our committee with the help in getting us closer to that shared goal. Changes in Republican leadership, potential government shutdowns, and the inability to pass the Agriculture Appropriations Bill have each injected uncertainty into this process and unfortunately slowed our work. I do not envy you, Mr. Chairman. You are doing what you can to navigate these turbulent waters, and I want to give you credit. You continue to meet and discuss policy priorities with me, with our House Agriculture Democrats, and our staff, and we appreciate that. To aid these efforts and reinforce that House Democrats want to get a farm bill done, we publish our Farm Bill priorities and our principles last week. Our principles should not surprise anyone who has been following the work of this committee. Our principles are this: we want to reduce hunger. Hunger is a serious problem in our nation. And we want to strengthen our American farmers. We're losing farms, particularly family farms, at a staggering rate. We want to invest in sustainable agriculture, revitalize rural America, lower costs for farmers and families, and improve equity. I know we can do this by working together because I know, Chairman, we've been together for quite a while on this committee. And I know you care just as much as I do about our nation's farmers. And we work together on that, have been working together on that for many years. And I know we can do this by working together. So let's put aside, first and foremost, this proposal to cut SNAP benefits. Whether you call it a cut or a reduction of future benefits, Democrats oppose it. We will not cut SNAP. Now, I understand that my Republican colleagues are concerned about spending. Let me make a few points here. At least you are concerned about spending when it comes to SNAP. But because the economy has improved, benefits and need for the program has decreased. The CBO is now expecting SNAP to cost $67 billion less over the next decade than originally expected. That's important as we go into this negotiation. Let's also put aside the proposal to take IRA conservation or energy funding away from its intended purpose. Robbing Peter to pay Paul is not going to result in an effective farm bill. These IRA programs are oversubscribed, so we should not take funding from them to pay for other farm bill priorities. We Democrats feel strongly about this. So let me close by saying that we do want a bipartisan bill. We want to see our bipartisan priorities funded, but we need to continue the funding process. We in agriculture need more funding, but we need also to continue to work together to find that funding. Over the past 20 years, bipartisan farm bills have succeeded when Republicans and Democratic leadership made the Farm Bill a priority and provided outside resources to the Agriculture Committee. I look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Secretary, and to working with my colleagues and my good friend, Chairman Thompson, on building a bipartisan bill that strengthens our safety net programs for our farmers and the hungry families they feed. It's a tall task, but we're up to accomplishing it, and we can do it together. And please pardon my cold. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The chair would request that other members submit their opening statements for the record so our witness can begin his testimony and to ensure that there's ample time for questions. I'm very, very pleased to welcome back to the committee our witness for today, USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us. We're now going to proceed to your testimony. You'll have 5 minutes. The timer in front of you will count down to 0, at which point your time has expired. Secretary Vilsack, please begin when you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. To you and to the ranking member, Representative Scott, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And thanks to all members of this committee for their service. Mr. Chairman, I read with interest a recent article that you published in AgriPulse entitled, "It's Time to Get Serious About Revitalizing Rural America." Your opening comments today summarized that article. I thought it would be helpful to perhaps put in context some of the information that I have that suggests that we are, in fact, serious about revitalizing rural America. First of all, let me begin by indicating that the last 3 years of net cash farm income were record-setting. The best 3 years in the last 50 years in this country. This year's income projected at just below historical norms will make it the best 4 years in recent history. It's also allowed for our farmers to have significant liquidity as they deal with challenging times. Our rural unemployment rate is now at a lowest rate in 35 years. Rural employment has returned to pre-pandemic levels, and the clean energy jobs are helping to lead the way. Rural poverty is down, and in fact, in 55 counties that historically were persistently poor are no longer in that category because of activities and work being done in those counties to improve economic opportunity. For the first time in 10 years, rural populations have grown, more people coming into rural America than leaving. Real wage growth in 2023 exceeds inflation by nearly 2%. And speaking of inflation and food inflation, it's headed down. Grocery store price inflation year over year is at 1.3%, the lowest it's been since 2021. And our Economic Research Service predicts that food at home prices will in fact decrease in 2024. I have several concerns that I want to share with the committee. They have to do with the loss of farmers and farms, the loss of farmland, and the heavy concentration of farm income. In 1981, then Secretary Bob Bergland raised concerns about the efforts and focus on production and its impact on the number of farms in this country. Since he raised that warning in 1981, we have lost 536,543 farms. We have lost over 165 million acres of farmland. Now, to give you a sense of how many farmers that is, that's every farmer today in South Dakota, North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Colorado, and Oklahoma and Missouri. The farmland represents all the land mass of Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Maryland, and almost all of Virginia. Farm income has been extraordinarily concentrated, with the top 7% of farms, those who generate more than $500,000 in sales on an annual basis, over the last 5 years getting 85% of the income, which meant that 93% of farms, nearly 2 million farms, had to share 15%. These are serious issues, and I think it's important for us to reset the notion that the only option in American agriculture is to get big or get out. It's time for us to do better for our small and mid-sized farming operations, those 93% that share 15% of income, that are surviving for the most part by taking a second job. I think we need to create for our farm families ways in which the farm, not the farmer, can create additional income. More new and better market opportunities and more income streams is a strategy that we are investing in at USDA. Climate-smart agriculture and forestry commodities providing a value-added opportunity as well as participation in ecosystem markets, a new income stream for farms. Sustainable aviation fuel and other bioproduct manufacturing from agricultural waste, creating another commodity opportunity. Renewable energy production, not only to lower costs, but also to assist rural electric cooperatives as they transition from fossil fuel-based generation. new competitive meat and poultry markets with over 400 investments already being made. And speaking of fertilizer, as you did in your comments, Mr. Chairman, I need to tell you that in 4 states we are, in fact, producing more fertilizer. In Florida, Missouri, Alabama, and Montana. There are 4 of 40 projects that we've invested in, construction underway in the other 36, and there'll be more coming. So, Mr. Chairman, I acknowledge the importance of the Farm Bill, but I think we also need a budget. We need the ability to utilize the Commodity Credit Corporation with flexibility, and we need to preserve the Inflation Reduction Act conservation funding. All of these are valuable tools in order to continue the momentum that's been building for markets, jobs, and better income for rural Americans and for our farm families.
Secretary Vilsack, thank you for your important testimony today. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in the order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members, and in order of arrival for those who joined us after the hearing convened. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get to as many questions as possible. And I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Secretary, I wanted to talk on a specific issue, a specific issue to begin with that fits in the topic of regulations and the costs that they impose on both farmers and consumers. So let's talk about Prop 12. Mr. Secretary, you and I have discussed this issue. Preliminary data from a pending study at USDA's Office of the Chief Economist shows that prices of certain pork products have risen as much as 41% since the implementation of Proposition 12. A 2023 study found that the costs associated with Prop 12 are, quote, widespread and extensive, end quote. That same study expressed that quote, these costs have a more severe impact on smaller independent operations and that the stresses placed upon the entire production and marketing chain will lead to ever-increasing consolidation and concentration of the industry, end quotes. Now, we appreciate that the Biden administration sided with the industry during the Supreme Court case. As we all know, the Supreme Court has weighed in on this matter and asked Congress to act. When thinking about the stated goals of this administration and your very own testimony to serve small producers, can you speak to the economic harms from Proposition 12? And quite frankly, if pork prices are going up for consumers and costs are going up for producers, who's winning here?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to take you all the way back in our history, but I'm going to, in response to your question to the Articles of Confederation. If you remember, when we began as a republic, we had basically a theory and structure that states would basically govern their own activities within their borders. What we found after several years of that experiment was chaos. And I think, frankly, that's where we are potentially headed. The reality is this, that when each state has the ability to define for itself and for its consumers exactly what farming techniques or practices are appropriate, it does create the possibility of 50 different sets of rules and regulations, which obviously creates serious concerns for producers because they have no stability and they have no certainty. I'm not sure that this Congress is going to be able to pass legislation, with due respect, but I would suggest that if we don't take this issue seriously, we're going to have chaos in the marketplace because there's nothing preventing any state from doing what California did. Now, why did the Supreme Court decide what they decided? They decided it because they believed that each and every producer had their own choice to participate in this market. They basically said it didn't violate the Commerce Clause because it didn't discriminate against any particular producer. Well, the problem, I think, is that it didn't anticipate the impact of 12% of the market changing the rules on the entire market. And I think that there's risk of that occurring all across the country. Having said that, it is a little bit difficult, however, to create consistency within this Congress and within this country on this issue of states' rights. Because if you apply this standard, then you're going to have to discuss some of the more difficult issues, social issues, guns, abortion, et cetera. So I don't envy the Congress trying to figure this out. I will tell you, though, that if it doesn't figure it out, there's going to be chaos.
Yeah, and I'm hearing from smaller producers, larger producers who are prepared to go into that market have found that the volume that they prepared for is not there in California. So they're dumping product into other states, crowding out small producers. There's a lot of implication. Mr. Secretary, in your testimony and comments around the country, you often lament about farms getting larger, about how many are forced to get big or get out. And I'll be frank, I too share this concern, but not because of the concentration of farm income amongst these operations, but because of the concentration of risk borne by these full-time family farms. They have been forced into achieving economies of scale to be able to survive or to grow large enough for the next generation to have room to return to the family farm. These farms might have more to gain when times are good, but they also have more to lose when times are bad, which is why we need to make sure the safety net works for them too. Unfortunately, you've taken upon yourself to utilize USDA to transform American agriculture through the unfettered use of the CCC, or rewriting the rules on disaster aid programs to reorient assistance to small and part-time farmers at the expense of the full-time family farms. Truth is, much of the consolidation you lament is a direct result of costs that are constantly rising amid softening commodity prices, putting the squeeze on margins. And when I travel the country and talk to producers, many of the additional costs they are bearing are a direct result of the actions taken by this administration. Between Department of Labor rules that have made the H-2A program almost unworkable and driven up the cost of labor, to EPA's war on crop protection tools, or even the threat of financial regulations that will increase cost of banking, is the Biden administration is contributing to the expansion of these farming operations. Many decisions with the aim of transforming any sector of the American economy is not the role of unelected bureaucrats, Mr. Secretary, but rather those ideas should be debated in Congress, and no amount of tinkering around the edges at USDA will stop that. Seeing that my time has expired, now recognize.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a minute to respond to that?
Yes, sir.
Please. First of all, you mentioned the CCC. I just want you to know that we have basically followed the charter that was established by Congress and the establishment of the CCC, and we have not, as it was the case the previous administration, jeopardized the capacity of that fund to be able to do its farm bill payments. Secondly, you mentioned the disaster assistance program. I would just simply say, when we advised Congress that there was a $10 to $12 billion bill due to assist producers across the board for disasters in 2022, Congress appropriated $3 billion. You gave us 30% of what we needed. So we had a choice of basically doing it the way we did before, when we had all the money and the resources to be able to cover all of the producers, or provide an opportunity for 80% of the producers to receive slightly more. This included those family farmers you just talked about. So if I had to do it over again, I would do it the same way, because I think it's helpful to help those smaller producers. Why? Because they didn't receive the lion's share of the $19 billion of indemnification that was paid through crop insurance and other mechanisms. So with all due respect, if you want the disaster programs to work, then we have to have the resources to be able to do what you want us to do, which is to make everybody whole.
And Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that. And as in our, the great times that we've spent meeting together, I'll just reinforce what I've said before. Work with us on those issues. I can't control what happened in the past. I couldn't even control what happened in 2022, but I did have more opportunity today as chairman. So with that, I recognize the ranking member for his questions.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. I really appreciate that. Secretary Vilsack, both my Democratic and Republican colleagues certainly want to pass a bipartisan farm bill. And the year's extension is giving us more time to work out our differences, and we are negotiating through those now. But I know that Chairman Thompson and I feel the same about this. We definitely want a bipartisan farm bill. I hear from my nation's farmers quite regularly that they want and need certainty. They want and they need new markets. And in that regard, I want to thank you for creating RAP. And RAP means Regional Agriculture Promotion Programs. It helps our commodities farmers, and certainly it helps groups like our soybean farmers and others to be able to navigate the challenges we're facing today. And for those of you who may be listening to this hearing across the nation, Secretary Vilsack, could you share with us and the nation your thoughts on this? Why a bipartisan bill passed this year is very vital and very important, and why it's got to be done.
Well, Representative Scott, I think it's fair to say that every farmer, every rancher, and everyone who lives in rural America depends in large part on the Farm Bill programs. A Farm Bill is more than that. It's a rural development bill, it's a conservation bill, it's a nutrition bill, it's a research bill, it's a trade bill, it's a risk management bill. It is a broad opportunity to say to rural America and to the American agriculture that we care, that we're investing in their future, and we're providing stability. The failure to have a farm bill creates uncertainty, and that uncertainty makes it very difficult for producers to make decisions about their operations, to decide whether or not they're going to diversify their crop, to decide whether or not they're going to take advantage of new crop insurance. By the way, we've had 12 new policies and 50 new modifications to crop insurance just in the last 3 years. Do they take advantage of those or not? It's very difficult for land-grant universities, minority-serving institutions that rely on the direction of the Farm Bill and the research title to know whether or not they can move forward with critical research, which obviously will impact and affect things. It's difficult for those in the Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development offices across the counties to know whether or not they need to plan for new opportunities. I mean, the bottom line is
Right.
you got to get it done.
Let me get to another question. It's very important. Mr. Vilsack, I know you testified to your commitment to getting IRA dollars out the door so our farmers in rural communities can benefit from these investments. And I want to applaud you for those efforts and dedication. But can you give us an update on where things stand?
99.8% of the money that was set out in the IRA for 2023 was obligated. EQIP, 2,812 landowners received contracts, nearly 8,000 applications. The research, or the easement program, 69 producers received assistance, 250 applications.
Yeah, my time is getting a bit short here. Let me also ask you, did you meet your spending goals last year?
Absolutely, because the goal was to get the money out the door.
And are you on target to spend all you have planned for this year?
Yes, because the demand is there.
And are you still hiring more staff, or has hiring plateaued?
Because of the money and resources in the IRA, we're able to continue to increase NRCS, over 1,500 new people working at NRCS, and we've expanded through technical assistance cooperative agreements, additional help and assistance.
Thank you, and I just want to personally thank you for the great work you've done with me and many other members on this committee in making sure our 1890s student scholarship program is now permanent, and it passed in a very strong bipartisan way into the Farm Bill, and we're making that scholarship permanent. Hopefully that addresses some of the concerns that you expressed about making sure that we have farmers for generations to come. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize the distinguished gentleman, the Chairman Emeritus from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, for 5 minutes.
Which is a polite way of saying the old guy. Welcome, Mr. Secretary, and kind of in that role, you've had an outstanding career too. You've been secretary, what, 10 of the last 14 years?
Going on 11.
Going on 11. That's pretty amazing to have been around that long in what sometimes is a challenging agency, directing policy. So your imprint is in a lot of places, and I'm impressed and I congratulate you for that. And I know that every administration is different. The Obama administration is certainly different than the Trump administration. And in some ways, the Biden administration is different even than the Obama or Trump administration. But that said, Mr. Secretary, it's always been clear to me that the strongest policies that come out of this committee and the most important programs administered by USDA are built on the belief that support and relief programs must be tied to crop production. When this committee or your agency stray from that principle, we begin to walk down an unsustainable and a very concerning path. When you last appeared before this committee, I raised concerns about your agency's design and implementation of Phase 2 of the Emergency Relief Program for 2021 crop year, and called for a return to the ERP Phase 1 methodology. You said that your agency would learn from their experiences during the first iteration of ERP and would factor it into the administration of the next. Well, based on the reports that I'm hearing from my producers in Oklahoma, ERP 2022 has proven to be no better than its predecessor at delivering support to those who suffered the greatest crop losses. So my question to you today is exactly where those lessons your agency learned from the administration of 2021 ERP program, what were those lessons, and how did it change the approach in 2022? And while you're thinking about that as a follow-up, what has your agency learned from ERP 2022 rollout, and what are some of the changes that we can expect to see in future programs administered?
Well, one change would be for Congress to give us the resources we asked for. I mean, when you give us 30% of what we asked for, when we tell you that the damages are $10 to $12 billion, and you basically appropriate $3 billion, you put us in a tough spot.
But Mr. Secretary, when you change the program so that you screw up the delivery and screw up the 30%, it makes it difficult to come back and ask for the other 70.
It didn't screw up at all. In fact, 82% of producers received more assistance and help than they would have based on what you've articulated.
But my producers back home who actually raise the food and fiber that feed the country, who put the resources on the shelf that the federal credit cards, the SNAP program benefits by, tell me the resources are not going to production where the losses were.
That's not true. That is not true. In fact, I'll be happy to provide you the specific numbers of producers in your state that received benefits in major commodity production.
But, Mr. Secretary, is the goal to give resources to address the disasters by following production, or is the goal to pick out who's actually farming so that those of a preferred category in the rules benefit more from disaster relief than others?
Well, Representative, you can't basically cherry pick one program. You have to look at it in the totality. When you look at all of the resources that your producers received, including the crop insurance payments, the majority of which went to the people you're talking about, which is a very small subset of the producers that we're talking about. So
I know, Mr. Secretary, what my producers are telling me. Let's change subjects for just a moment. I understand that there's discussion about USDA's direct and guaranteed loan programs, that there's been some discussion that Congress should, for the first time, authorize the conversion of guaranteed loans to direct loans based primarily on a decision by the Secretary that such loans are distressed. What would your approach be to ensuring that such conversions would be, I'll say, rare and limited?
Well, I can assure you that we're going to, whatever we do with this effort will not jeopardize the financial stability of our loan portfolio.
But the tradition of this committee and policy has been that the guaranteed loans caused financial institutions to put skin in the game, that there was potentially a higher standard and a greater degree of potential success in the programs by going the guaranteed route as opposed to direct loans. If we simply shift bad guaranteed loans over direct loans, one, we're bailing out banks, and two, we're disincentivizing being cautious and prudent loan officers.
Well, I think the goal of any effort would be to try to keep farmers on the land. I think that's the key here. We're not trying to kick folks off the land. We want to keep them on the land, if we'd all
But,
possible.
Mr. Secretary, we should not create situations where people will not be able to succeed and fail. That's a terrible thing to do to folks.
Fair enough, but that's not who we're talking about.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. Mr. Secretary, it's always good to have you here. Clearly, we're focused on the reauthorization of the Farm Bill we do every 5 years. It equals a reestablishment of our priorities in terms of ensuring that America's safety net for the production of food and fiber, with farmers, ranchers, dairymen, and women, and our farm workers, as well as those who are food insecure, benefit from that safety net. Let me just speak that in California, obviously the largest agricultural state, where over half the nation's fruits and nuts and vegetables are produced, 20% of the dairy products, 400 different commodities. This farm bill is critical and it's important. We must get this done this year. Investments made, though, in the previous Congress, I think, are critical to note. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Inflation Reduction Act are all key funding methodologies that help America's agriculture economy. In California, as an example, over $1.15 billion for improved water storage in the San Joaquin Valley, $500 million to repair aging dams and ensure safety, $1 billion for rural water projects, $56 million for regional conservation partnership programs. But I want to talk about specifically, Mr. Secretary, the importance of these investments. I've heard that the previous president, who's running again, if reelected, wants to impose 10% tariffs across the board and 60% tariffs on Chinese goods. Given our importance of exporting agricultural products, I think this will just go back to resulting in a trade war. Would you care to comment on this and the impending impacts?
Well, I don't think there's any question that the last time tariffs were assessed and the way they were assessed, it caused great stress in the countryside, significant impact on the market. 30% of our product is sold in exports, and a significant percentage of that goes to China.
Well, and everybody has leverage when you start a tariff war.
I'm sorry, what?
Everybody has leverage when you start a tariff war.
Well, absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why the CCC was drained.
Right.
Because you basically-
$45 billion under the previous administration. I think you've spent $15 billion by comparison. Right?
Correct, that's correct.
Let me move on to the disaster relief. You talked about 30% in the supplemental appropriations. What would you like us to do going forward? Because the $2.8 billion, or you said $3 billion in disaster aid, obviously didn't cover the disasters in 2023. What recommendation would you make for the future budget and the reauthorization of the Farm Bill?
Two recommendations. One, adequately and fully fund disaster assistance if it's ad hoc. Two, I think,
That's the bottom line, isn't it?
well, it's a lot of money, but it's important to me.
But if you want to provide the disaster relief, you got to provide the funding.
That's correct. That's correct. You have to provide the full money. And then secondly, I think it is important to have a conversation about how to create a structure and system that is less ad hoc and more permanent from a disaster assistance program. I think that, Mr. Chairman, I think you are interested in doing that, and I think there is some logic and some reason for that discussion.
And the Inflation Reduction Act, and I believe that those monies have gone for good purposes under the Natural Resources Conservation Services, as you pointed out, to a number of programs that frankly are oversubscribed. But there is some talk about taking those funds and putting them for other purposes. What would the administration's view be on that, on the farm reauthorization measure?
We feel very strongly that you've got to maintain those resources because of the demand and because the resources that are available to all farms, not to a subset of American agriculture. It's important for us to continue to invest in conservation, and it's very, very evident that the countryside wants these resources because, as you indicated, they are significantly oversubscribed.
You know, oftentimes under the USDA, the forest title gets, I think, overlooked with climate change and the impacts of fires throughout the West. The importance of reauthorization of the Farm Bill and addressing the hazardous fuels reduction, and we have a bipartisan bill that would save our sequoias. What's your focus on how we deal with this challenge that we have in forests across the country?
The Congress made a good down payment in the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is allowing us to focus on hazardous fuel reduction in the West in particular.
But we need to do
it's
more.
a down payment. You need to continue to fund that effort.
Okay, my time's expired. There's an issue in climate-smart partnerships, and I want you to continue to focus on that. It benefits a lot of individual folks that are participating in that climate-smart effort. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize Mr. Austin Scott from Georgia for 5 minutes questioning.
Secretary Vilsack, you were the secretary in 2010, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in 2010, SNAP was approximately 67% of USDA funding, and 33% of USDA funding went to other sources, whether it be farm and commodity production or conservation. Is that correct?
I don't have those specific numbers, but I'm sure that you do, Congressman, so I'll acknowledge you.
Well, thank you. And so, as I understand it today, and I expect you will have these numbers, that approximately 80% would go to SNAP and approximately 20% would go to all of the other expenditures of the USDA. Is that correct?
I don't know whether that's correct or not, Congressman, but I'll...
You're kidding me.
For the sake of this conversation.
You're the Secretary of Agriculture and you don't know what the pie chart of your budget
I don't
looks
know
like?
the specific. I know that there is a significant percentage of our budget is focused on nutrition assistance of a multitude of different programs. It's not just SNAP, it's also WIC, it's the school lunch program, it's the assistance to food banks.
I'm talking about food and nutritional programs being 80%.
Okay, well, that's more than SNAP.
And food and nutritional programs were included in the 67% before.
Okay,
Okay, but you understand what I'm getting at.
sure, yeah, absolutely.
So that leaves 20% instead of 33% for conservation, production agriculture, all of the other things that the USDA does. Just simple math. Less than 10% of your total USDA funding now is going to go to production agriculture. Is that correct?
Congressman, I don't know if that's correct or not. What's the point? What do you, just get your...
Well, my question for you is, what percentage of what you receive at the USDA should actually go to production agriculture? My point is, you talk about the loss of the family farm. Well, starving farmers don't get to plant the food to feed hungry people.
Well, the reality is, it's not about planting food. We are doing a great job of that. American farmers are the best in the world at that. We've seen a remarkable increase in productivity with inputs basically maintaining, and actually there's a wonderful chart
let me read
right
something
here
to you
that
from
shows
a
productivity.
Well, it's my time, so let me read this to you from a good farmer. This isn't someone that inherited. This is someone who built their own family farm. This year reminds me a lot of the early 1980s. I had a bit more optimism in my 20s than in my 60s, making plans on which piece of land to sell off and get stable for the bumpy ride for agriculture.
We had record income the last 3 years, Congressman. We had record income, but the problem
No,
is
sir, you did
the
not.
income was concentrated.
21 and 22 were good, but 23 was bad. You gloss over the
it was-
23
no,
number.
No, it was not bad. It was actually above the historic average. The 3
It
years
was a
total,
significant fall off.
Best 3 years in 50 years, for sure. I think the best years from a net cash income ever. So
Secretary Vilsack, have you talked to any farmers
I
about
have
how much
talked to more
fertilizer
farmers than
costs,
you have,
about how
sir.
much diesel cost, about the cost of land rent because of
Net
what you've done with solar
cash
subsidies and everything
farm
else?
income, highest ever. Highest ever. The problem is it's concentrated in the hands of the large operators. And I've got nothing against production agriculture and large operators. We need them. The question is, what are we doing about the
Secretary
other
Vilsack.
93%?
Secretary Vilsack, approximately 90% of the food supply comes from about 10% of the farms in this
I don't
country.
think that's quite accurate, but go ahead.
Well, what would you say was accurate with it?
I think it's in the neighborhood of 85% or so.
85% then comes from 10% of the farms. That's 85% of the food supply for the American citizens.
And they
Now your president and your vice president don't seem to mind being dependent on foreign sources of energy, but I can assure you the American citizens don't want to be dependent on foreign sources of food.
Congressman,
We
you're
don't.
President and
we're
Vice President
importing
as
more
well.
food than we ever have in this country.
We're producing more oil than any other country in the world. What are you talking about?
We're importing more food We're importing more food
No, wait a minute.
than we ever have in this
Let's
country.
be clear about this. Let's be clear about what we're importing, okay? The major driver of the imports, horticulture. Horticulture, okay?
We're importing more food
We're-
than we ever have in
We're
this
importing it
country.
because we like to have choice all year long. It's not that we are importing it because we need it to feed ourselves.
Secretary Vilsack, you can justify the actions
It's
all you
true.
want to.
It's-
Have you been to the grocery store lately?
Absolutely.
What does food cost today versus what it did before the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, as you call it?
Well, the good news is, and I alluded to it.
There is no good news there.
It's, food inflation is down. Grocery store price inflation year over year is 1.3%, the lowest it's been since 2021. And ERS predicts that it's going to be decreased this year in 2024.
If it falls another 25%, it'll be back where it was before y'all got there.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. for
Thank
5
you,
minutes.
Mr. Chairman. You know, I don't think it's a radical idea to want a farm bill that supports small and medium-sized farms, that supports conservation, and I don't think it's a radical idea to insist on a farm bill that doesn't increase hunger in America. And let me just say to the gentleman who just spoke, we can support our farmers and hungry families at the same time. This is not an either-or situation. And I'm grateful, Mr. Secretary, to you and to Deputy Undersecretary Dean for all that you have done to improve food security in this country, especially when it comes to improving food security for kids over summer months and making school meals healthier and more accessible, which is good for our kids and is good for our farmers. And by the way, will save us a lot of money and health care costs down the road. My Republican friends complain about the cost of some of these programs. They don't talk about the savings and avoidable health care costs that result by investing in these nutrition programs. So we can save money by doing this. I also want to associate myself with the remarks of the ranking member, Mr. Scott, and his comments on SNAP. The bottom line is the benefit, let's be honest, is inadequate. You know, and in the, we want a bipartisan farm bill, but what my Republican friends are proposing would cut SNAP by $30 billion and then prevent future increases. You know, a little bit of a history lesson here. Before the pandemic, SNAP on average was about $1.40 per person per meal. Then the pandemic came, and Mr. Secretary, you, thankfully, using your authority that Congress asked you to use, and plus some emergency benefits, it was bumped up to about $2.40 on average per person per meal. Then some of these emergency benefits expired, and now it's down to about $2.08 per person per meal. You know, everywhere I go, I am told by organizations that deal with people who are food insecure, it is not enough. It's not enough to be able to put healthy food, nutritious food on the table. And yet my friends here are advocating not only a cut, but preventing any future updates in terms of increases. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know, I would say to my Republican friends that you are barely hanging on to your majority by your fingernails. You know, look at the results of last night's election in New York. Your majority has been ineffective, and what you are doing and what you are advocating is highly unpopular. People do not want you to follow MAGA extremists off a cliff. They want you to focus on helping struggling families instead, to be able to put nutritious food on the table. They want us to work together on a farm bill that supports our farmers and supports struggling families. And yet, what we are seeing here is what we have seen on almost every piece of legislation that has come before this House, a move to the extreme when it comes to programs that benefit the most vulnerable. Now, Mr. Secretary, some on this committee complained that you increased SNAP benefits during the pandemic. I don't think anyone here, I don't think, truly believes that SNAP benefits should be based on the cost of a food plan that would now be 50 years old. Can you explain why you reevaluated the Thrifty Food Plan? Did you just decide that on your own, or did Republicans and Democrats in Congress tell you to do that?
In the 2018 Farm Bill, the direction from Congress was that USDA was to consider cost-conscious, healthy diets for families on low and moderate income. They specifically directed us to use the following: current dietary guidance, consumption patterns, food composition data, and current food prices. We essentially followed that to the T. We used a scientific process in calculating the impact and effect on the Thrifty Food Plan base foundation for SNAP, and we concluded that it required an increase.
And what would the theoretical impacts be to holding the Thrifty Food Plan to the cost of the 2021 plan for another 20, 30, 40 years?
You'd eventually have a food plan that did not adequately meet the need of families who are struggling financially.
My friends complain about the cost of groceries at the supermarket, and yet they are advocating policies that will make it more difficult for people to be able to afford those groceries. This doesn't make sense. Investing in these programs, and again, I applaud you for your leadership on this. Investing in these nutrition programs are not only the right thing to do because we should care about people, all people, not just those with deep pockets, but it will also save our healthcare system a boatload of money in the future, also help our farmers. And I thank you for your leadership, and I yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts. Before I recognize Ms. Crawford, I do want to submit for the record a document that uses the CBO scores on exactly what's being proposed with providing Article 1 direction in terms of completing a Thrifty Food Plan evaluation, consistent with how it's been done in the past, except for this past time. This CBO's records, it shows the benefits level. Quite frankly, there is no intent to cut current benefits, and this talks about if that proposal would go forward, what the benefits would be in the future.
Well, Mr.
Now-
Chairman, we should do a whole hearing on that because we respectfully disagree with your conclusion.
Well, this is CBO's
Oh,
conclusion. I'm not, I'm not making things up. The facts are the facts. And so I'll submit this, be willing to share this with any member that would like to have a personal copy of it as well. And now please recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, the land of rice and ducks, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. How often do you interact with the President's Council of Economic Advisors?
I'm sorry, how often?
How often do you interact with that council?
I interacted with the chair yesterday.
Really?
Yes.
I would suggest that y'all probably aren't singing from the same hymnal, because you just said that inflation was on a downward trajectory, when in fact the Council of Economic Advisors just said that grocery stores are actually causing inflation to increase, and that was a statement that as recently as February 1st. In fact, here's an article I'm happy to share with you. Biden takes aim at grocery chains over food prices. So it says here, President Biden has begun to accuse stores of overcharging shoppers as food costs remain a burden for consumers and a political problem for the president. He coined the phrase, I don't know that he coined it, but he used the phrase shrinkflation to describe how packaging, basically smaller portions in a bag charging the same price for, is having an impact on prices at the grocery store as well. So, these accusations and charges and things of this nature about the evil Republicans just don't hold water. I think probably you should go revisit the Council of Economic Advisors, and maybe I'll get on the same page, because we're hearing mixed messages now from you and from the Council of Economic Advisors. There wasn't a question there, Secretary. Last year when you testified before the committee, I asked you about the adverse effect wage rate. You mentioned at the time that you preferred a solution for the AEWR was to pass the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. And we all know that the bill had significant issues that were unrelated to the adverse effect wage rate that kept it from becoming law. So I don't think that was necessarily the answer to the problem. So since you were here last year, my friend Mr. Davis and I have been leading the Agriculture Labor Working Group. We've been hearing from everyone, and everyone has talked about, when I say everyone, I'm talking about stakeholder groups, ag employers across the country that have come in to share their concerns. And the prevailing sentiment was that the adverse effect wage rate continues to be a huge problem. It's an impediment to the efficient functioning of the H-2A program. Georgia, for example, has seen a more than 20% increase in the AEWR in the last 2 years, completely unsustainable. So do you agree that Congress needs to reform AEWR in such a way as to ensure predictable and sensible wage levels for H-2A employers?
I think it makes sense for Congress to, if there are problems with the Farm Worker Modernization Act, to fix that and pass it, because it would create stability, it would create a range, it would create a predictability in the system.
Let me ask you this, changing subject real quick here. As you know, in many USDA programs, especially in rural development, there are costly and time-consuming environmental processes that ultimately end in the project being a categorical exclusion from NEPA. The current system is a barrier to entry to potential borrowers, lenders, and grantees to participate in the system. And when they do, they often spend much time and money to meet paperwork requirements. All of it keeps funds from being deployed in rural America. The Department of Energy has already issued rules to make charging stations and solar projects categorically excluded within the DOT and the Department of Homeland Security, then adopted for their departments. My question is, what steps is USDA taking to implement the statutory categorical exclusions listed in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, specifically loan guarantees? And if no action has been taken yet, when can we expect actions to be taken by USDA to implement those provisions?
We use categorical exclusions on a regular basis in our programs. When there's an opportunity to use it, we do use it. I'm particularly aware of how often we use it in the Forest Service in order to move processes along.
Okay.
85% of the activities that we've done in our Forest Service the last 3 years have used CE. So we're not opposed to using it. We actually look for opportunities to use it.
Oh, I hope that's true, because I have some constituents that are highly concerned with that. Let me shift gears again. Hopefully, I can get an answer on this question. Your comments last month, you said, quote, "Here's the problem. Reference prices help a subset of farmers," end quote. These comments worry many farmers across the district, across my district, and across the country, at putting in the hard work of feeding and clothing the world. And to be clear, when I say farmers in this context, I mean those who are producing our food and fiber at scale. You focused a lot of your attention on climate. But when you talk about farmers, you often talk about USDA's role in protecting what I would call more hobby farmers. These are folks I certainly care about, and I don't believe they should be completely ignored by USDA programs, but many of them are not full-time farmers, are truly dependent on income from the farm to keep them financially afloat. And alone, our country and the world can't be dependent on their output, which is less than 20% of all agriculture production. You acknowledged that earlier in your statement. So my time's run out, but I will yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Now recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Mrs. Bamberger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for being here. I come from Virginia, where our #1 private industry is agriculture. And I had a bit of a visceral reaction when the gentleman talked about hobby farmers and those who don't make farming their full-time income, because I represent so many of those farmers. And the reason that farming may not be their full-time income is because they can't afford to do it. We have small, generational family farms that, frankly, many of the conservation programs have helped the farmers I represent save and make more productive. And I'll give a specific example. I was out visiting a farm in Caroline County, and a farmer said he has 1,000 acres of cereal rye, and he did a test dig, this is last year, and they found rye roots 7 feet deep, and that was after 34 days without rain. He said that cover crop usage and their use of no-till practices, the cover crop land never gave up an inch. His soil is rich, his ability to produce on that land is made possible, according to the farmer, by his usage of conservation programs that are made possible because of these federal programs. So I'm grateful that you are here to speak to a whole variety of issues, and I'm proud that we were able to invest in conservation programs at USDA through the Inflation Reduction Act, because in fact we know that there are so many more farmers like the one I just mentioned who want to participate in these programs that lower input costs, increase their bottom line, and make farming possible in communities like those that I represent, but so many are turned away because of lack of funding. So I'm pleased to see that according to new USDA report on funding on IRA implementation, Virginia has already received nearly $8 million in funding that goes directly to farmers across our Commonwealth who want them to increase their productivity, improve wildlife habitats, improve air and water quality, and help farmers stay farmers. So could you please elaborate on USDA's progress in getting IRA conservation dollars to farmers and producers, and specifically, has the law helped these programs reach more producers?
Well, the answer to your question is yes. It's obviously increased the reach of the programs. There is still a great deal to do. We've increased the number of people working at NRCS. We've entered into cooperative agreements so that we have a broader reach, so that those who might not be able to understand their qualify for the program are finding out about the program. We're assisting and guiding them into participating. And let me just simply say that roughly 85 to 88% of farmers in this country today require off-farm income to be able to keep the farm. So with all due respect, it's not about hobby farmers. It's about folks who love what they're doing and frankly would like to be able to do more of it, but they don't have the income streams that support it. So they have to have an off-farm job. And to me, the key here is creating opportunities for that farm to generate more revenue. You mentioned cover crops. That's an opportunity potentially for that farm to qualify for ecosystem service market payments.
Yes.
So now instead of just a crop, they're going to get an environmental payment. There are a multitude of other strategies here that we're investing in, and conservation and investments in conservation are critically important to allowing those income streams to occur.
And that's what I hear time and time again from the producers I represent. So in that vein, how can Congress continue supporting USDA, whether through statutory flexibility, you mentioned additional staffing, what else needs to happen to expedite these funds getting out the door?
Well, first, a budget that doesn't require us to cut staff. Secondly, maintaining the IRA funding.
And sir, you said it before, but could you just remind everyone how much staff do you have to cut because of the budget challenges?
Well, the House budget appropriation, ag appropriations talked about an 18% cut to our budget, so you can do the math.
Yes, thank you. Please continue. Oh.
So maintain the IRA funding. Let's get a budget, pass a farm bill, so there's certainty in terms of the programs. And, you know, I think to a certain extent, continue to support our efforts on the climate smart, because that's also tied to the conservation activities and programs. We saw tremendous demand for that and tremendous interest in it.
And just in closing, related to some of the challenges at the grocery store, I received a message from a darling constituent who's, speaking of our extraordinary country, said, I, for one, still find it amazing that you can buy a pineapple in January for $1.29 on sale at the grocery store. Truly an incredible country. Thank you for serving this incredible country. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
General yields back. Now recognize Dr. Desjardins from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Vilsack, thank you for always coming and visiting with us. With the record influx of illegal crossings at the southern border, I was wondering what steps you're taking to mitigate potential strain on the SNAP program.
Well, people coming across the border aren't qualified for SNAP and aren't participating in SNAP.
From the USDA Food Nutrition Service SNAP policy on non-citizen eligibility, it said a few qualified alien children under 18 years of age, so anyone under 18 qualifies without a waiting period. Refugees admitted under Section 207, victims of trafficking and trafficking victims under the Act of 2000, and unfortunately there's a lot of them. Asylees under Section 208, and I mean, you'd have to agree that almost everyone coming into the country is either seeking refugee status, asylum status, or are under 18, so how can you say that this is not going to put a strain on the SNAP program?
Because the fact that they're seeking asylum doesn't mean that they qualify. They have to be granted asylum.
We have 42 million people on SNAP now. We've had roughly 10 million crossing over, most of them seeking asylum. That will come due, so as we plan a 5-year farm bill, we need transparency in order to make sure people are taken care of. There's been a shortfall this year in funding for the SNAP program. There's been fraud that if you go to social media, you gotta love social media. I did it this morning. I said, what is the fraud rate in the SNAP program? And the very first thing that pops up says 1.5%. Then I go to the past year, and I'd like to introduce this into the record, ask unanimous consent. This article from The Hill in September of 23 says, fraud is gobbling up 1/5 of SNAP benefits. Congress must act to stop it. That 1.5% is 11.5%, 10% or 10 times more than what we're led to believe if you read social media. So I'm not trying to be confrontational, Mr. Secretary, and we've had lively discussions in this committee that, Republicans apparently don't care about people who care about food hunger. We do. I'm just saying that to plan this effectively, we need to address these issues. They're real. You can say that people don't receive SNAP benefits, but your own USDA says that they do, and you can say the fraud is low, but those numbers are not correct, and that was exposed this year.
Let's be clear about this. I am saying that people who are not here legally are not allowed to or participating in SNAP. I will acknowledge that we have work to do on fraud, but I will tell you, it is our partners who have work to do. It's the states who administer these programs. It's the states that we're encouraging them to get back to interviewing folks. States are resisting that. I just recently sent a letter to a number of governors encouraging them to do a better job of overseeing this program. So I agree with you that we need to make sure that we're keeping an eye on fraudulent activities.
I'm just afraid hungry Americans are not going to receive the benefits they need if we don't address this issue. It's real. I've been imploring different agencies, including USDA, to get real numbers and transparency. I hope that some of my letters and questions will be answered. Kind of want to finish on a funner note. We've talked about walking horse industry in Tennessee before, you and I, and it's my understanding that there is a proposed rule that's currently being reviewed by OMB, and we'd hoped that the PAST Act supporters and the industry could come to agreement on how to best move forward, but now, that's not really the impact. I'm curious, have you ever been to the walking horse celebration in Shelbyville?
I've not been to the...
Okay. This summer, Chairman Thompson and he's left, Rep. Jonathan Jackson joined John Rose and I at the stable, and I think it's fair to say, not to put words in the chairman's mouth, he was a skeptic, probably a PAST Act supporter, or maybe Jonathan too, but they had a really great experience, and they inspected for themselves. They both rode walking horses, and the walking horses could handle both of these guys, and they're pretty big fellas, so I would love to invite you down, let you go for a ride. It's really smooth. I think you'll smile as big as the chairman did. And I know that the celebration will be coming this summer, so I'd like to give you a standing invitation to join us. Come look at it for yourself. Thoroughbreds were dropping dead on the tracks at all three major races, at the Preakness, the Belmont, and the Kentucky Derby. I've never seen a walking horse drop dead, and the PAST Act is just that. It's living in the past. There was problems years ago. They've been corrected, and I'd love for you to come and see it and see what a wonderful industry this is. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I'd have to say it's a pretty smooth ride, actually. Large animal with a little intimidating to crawl on, but it was a good ride. Now, pleased to recognize Dr. Caraveo from Colorado for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Ranking Member Scott, for hosting today's hearing. In particular, given that it's been, I think, 6 months since we were in this room, 6 months of delay because of the dysfunction and Congress's inability to do its very basic jobs, and that interfering with incredibly important discussions that producers and consumers, and I think all of our districts, have been waiting for us to have, in particular around the Farm Bill. And so thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here this morning. As you know, Congress did make incredible investments in the Inflation Reduction Act before the 118th to expand clean energy in rural America. We appreciate your work and your listening to rural Americans when designing the USDA programs. I know in Colorado, I have heard overwhelming interest in the IRA rural energy programs, which include REAP, PACE, and the Empowering Rural America Program, or New Era. These grant programs represent jobs and economic growth in my district, and I was very pleased to see recently projects in Platteville and Longmont selected for the New Era program. Because of the popularity of these programs, the reality is that they are dramatically oversubscribed, as we've heard today. New Era, for example, is 4 times oversubscribed, which I believe shows how important this program is to electric cooperatives across the country, regardless of politics, and how important it is for our cooperatives to see this kind of long overdue investment. It's great to see this and to highlight the excitement of rural co-ops across the country. So, Mr. Secretary, for New Era, can you share an update on how we might see applications start to move forward in the process?
We're in the process of completing the evaluation of approximately 70 projects of the number that was submitted. As you indicated, it was a very popular program and oversubscribed. In an effort to try to determine which of these programs are feasible from a technical standpoint and from a financial standpoint. Once those evaluations are done, those projects will be ranked, and then we'll basically compare those rankings to the resources that are available and begin a more detailed conversation to assert whether or not, in fact, the project is worthy of commitment. I think our goal is to try to get awards sometime later this year. In the meantime, we're aggressively promoting the REAP program. Over 5,000 REAP grants already awarded. We're going to see awards on a quarterly basis, and you will see PACE awards here sometime this spring.
I really appreciate that update. It's clear that USDA agency staff and officials have expended a huge amount of effort and time to get these programs up and running, and program applicants have spent a lot of time and capital to write and submit applications. Considering that, could you estimate the implications and costs for USDA and the applicants of reopening and amending these programs at this stage where USDA has already received and begun to review applications?
Well, I don't think we're not in a circumstance, I think, where you reopen unless there's additional resources that become available. Then we'd be happy to take a look at what additional projects could potentially be funded. But we have a limited resource, and we're working within the constraints of those resources.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Switching gears, I would like to join my colleagues in reiterating the importance of strong nutrition programs at the USDA. Last week, I had county commissioners here from my district who shared the steady increase they've seen since the pandemic that is unprecedented, with no sign of slowing down. In fact, SNAP applications in one of the largest counties in my district are up 26%. They are not down. And so I think it is very important to remember the implications of SNAP. And when we talk about first of all, who gets SNAP? It is 96% of SNAP participants are U.S. citizens. Only 4% are not citizens, and 3% of those are lawful permanent residents. And most importantly for me as a pediatrician, 42% of SNAP recipients are children. Children, like the ones that I saw in clinic every day, where 2/3 of the kids that I saw did not have enough to eat, and were it not for SNAP, would not have anything to eat. So can you quickly expand more on the impact of SNAP on families and the children that we always purport to care about in this Congress?
Well, there's research that indicates that the SNAP program is one of the most, if not the most effective anti-poverty program that we have. There's also research to show that when you essentially provide adequate SNAP benefits, families purchase more nutritious food and have better health outcomes for their children.
I thank you for the support that you give to those children with your work every single day, and thank you once again for answering those questions. I yield back.
Dr. Caraveo, thank you very much. Now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a note about large farms versus small farms. It's only the larger farms that can survive the onslaught of the government, federal, state, and local. So the smaller ones go out of business, and the bigger ones get bigger because it's the only way they can survive. Anyhow, that commentary there. Mr. Secretary, chicken plants across the country have been operating at higher speeds for more than 25 years through the FSIS line speed waivers, as you know well. Under President Clinton, a study allowed 20 poultry plants to operate evisceration lines up to 175 birds a minute. Plants invested, therefore, millions in technology, grew their partner farms to supply the poultry needed, and maintain worker safety and inspection standards all the same. Now, these positive pilot results led to the new poultry inspection system. Today, 47 plants operate under this system. Farms all across North Carolina have built operations to support increased capacity, and plants have designed staffing and facility needs around these speeds. Now, OSHA data from 94 to 2019, when substantial line speed increases were put in place, shows illness and injury down 91%, evidence that faster line speeds don't compromise worker safety. Now, a 2020 proposed rule incentivized more plants to adopt these improved processes and new technologies while increasing speeds, but was repealed by this administration. Instead, your agency informed companies with line speed waivers that to keep them, they were required to, quote, opt in to a study on worker safety being conducted outside of the agency.
Now, I want to point out to the committee that this was a sole source contract and not a competitive bid, and no member of the study team is from a land-grant institution with knowledge of the chicken industry, but instead are associates of the University of California system. Now, a member of that study team testified in front of OSHA against a company participating in the study and has vocally critiqued a number of other plants. Considering the work of other team members and the information requested before each plant visit that far exceeds the scope of the study, there's a clear bias against the industry and leads any objective observer to the conclusion this is a gotcha operation. Mr. Secretary, real quickly, can you submit, and are you willing to submit in writing, how much is being spent for the study, the source of that funding, and how the team members were selected? And why are they all associated with the University of California?
Be happy to respond to questions, but I think it's fair to say that there's litigation that's essentially driving a lot of this effort. Issues have raised concerning worker safety as a result of this line speed, and this is a process of trying to make sure that we get the right data, the significant data to be able to support whether line speeds are in fact a result of additional worker injury or not. If they're not, then obviously line speeds are going to continue. If they are, then there's going to have to be some adjustment. But we just don't have all of the data we need, and that's the reason why we have entered into an agreement with the producers. This is not a situation where they had the choice. They had the choice, and these plants chose to participate in this study.
Yeah, they chose to participate in the study in good faith, and it's turned into something that they didn't anticipate. Aren't you concerned about a biased study here, given the circumstances?
I don't think you should prejudge the study. The study hasn't been concluded yet.
Well, the old adage, pardon me, but the old adage, personnel is policy, certainly applies here. Now, I got to move on quickly to another matter. USDA is currently developing the next set of dietary guidelines, and this is specific to alcohol. Federal law requires that scientific and medical knowledge support any changes to the dietary guidelines on the consumption of alcohol. How is the technical committee process ensuring that this mandate is followed? Have you been following that?
I have, and it's my understanding that this is outside of the dietary guideline conversation.
Well, alcohol has always been included in dietary guidelines, but this takes it outside of the scope of dietary guidelines. That's the issue.
Well, I think that in an effort to try to make sure that there's a deeper review and dive on this issue, I suspect, for future dietary guidelines.
Well, I just mentioned this. There's a lot of growers around the country that produce a product that is used for adult beverages that have a great interest in this, and I'd like to follow up with some written questions as well. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Now, please recognize the Congresswoman from Illinois, Ms. Brzezinski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Secretary, for joining us here today and engaging with us on a host of really important issues. I want to just take a moment to say again, thank you so much for joining me last summer at the Farm Progress Show in Decatur. Really appreciated you joining me there for that. Last fall, as a response to what I had heard from farmers in my district in central and southern Illinois, I led a letter with Congresswoman Pingree and Congressman Costa, along with all the Democrats on the committee, outlining our shared priority to protect the Inflation Reduction Act Climate Smart Conservation Funds. These funds, as you know, have provided a historic investment into our farms and have already served many rural farmers in my home state of Illinois. I was also very excited to see that 100% of the obligated IRA dollars made it into the hands of farmers in Illinois. And to my colleagues, I would encourage you to explore the new Inflation Reduction Act data visualization tool that the USDA put out yesterday to see the difference that the IRA has made in your home states. I also want to take a moment to celebrate the release of the 2022 Ag Census yesterday. Champaign County in the 13th Congressional District, my district, was a top 10 producer of both corn and soybeans in the United States. So number one, a central theme, my question, A central theme of my first term has been creating opportunity. I have bills to improve land access, to increase research funding at USDA, and to expand markets for farmers, all of which I hope will be a part of the Farm Bill base text. Secretary Vilsack, can you speak to how the Inflation Reduction Act funding for climate-smart conservation has created opportunities for farmers?
Well, I think the bottom line is I think farmers understand what they need to do to improve soil health and water quality. And I think they are deeply interested in doing more of this, but they need help and assistance. And I think that's why they responded as they did to the additional resources of the Inflation Reduction Act, oversubscribing all of the programs. We saw a tremendous initiative with our Regional Conservation Partnership Program, which is really large-scale landscape activity, where we saw over $1 billion of requests for a limited sum, about $400 million. So the farmers are responding by saying, give us more, help us do more of this, we're anxious. And we saw the same reaction to the Climate Smart Agriculture Partnership Initiative, where we can create commodities that are utilizing conservation programs, and the result of that then provides a market opportunity for them, a value-added market opportunity.
Thank you. And I just had another question on EQIP. In 2022, almost 3 out of every 4 EQIP applications, as you know, across the country, were denied. And only about half of all those approved applications got funded. And so I consistently hear from farmers in my district that they want better access to these conservation programs. Is farmer demand meeting or even exceeding expected outlays of IRA money to bridge this gap?
It's exceeding the resources that are available. I think there are two issues here. One is making sure that you have adequate staff and adequate technical assistance to help the farmers decide what they need to do. And then two is making sure the resources are there. And recently, a third issue has cropped up, which is trying to figure out ways in which we can speed up the process. And NRCS has streamlined the process. They've looked at ways in which they can have pre-approvals so that resources can get into the field more quickly than in the past. So I think it's a combination of all three of those things to try to meet the need. But if you take resources away from the IRA, obviously that's going to impact and affect our ability to do more work.
Thank you. Thank you. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I first want to say I concur with almost everything Mr. Rouser said about the poultry. In 2022, at your direction, USDA informed poultry companies with line speed waivers that to continue to reap the benefits of operating at higher speeds, bringing more chicken to the market during historic inflation and record high food prices, they had to opt in to this pulse study, a study being conducted by researchers whose bodies of work evidence significant bias against the chicken industry. Yet when reading from USDA's Food and Safety Inspection Service constituent update of July 29, 2022, it says, establishments with a current line speed waiver must agree to participate in the study and provide worker safety data in order to receive a modified waiver. That update directly contradicts the narrative that plants were allowed to opt into this study on a voluntary basis. USDA demands that they participate in order to keep their higher line speeds. A decision would be hard for plants to make since they place orders months in advance and would risk taking a significant amount of supply offline if they went back down to slower speeds. The companies that have continued with their waivers have since been subject to researchers in their plants who are going far beyond their intended purpose of determining what threat, if any, increased line speeds pose to worker safety. Mr. Secretary, can you explain why your department lauded this waiver participation as voluntary when it clearly is not voluntary?
There's litigation, Congressman, and essentially in an effort to try to avoid a complete shutdown by a court order of line speed increases, we basically created the opportunity for folks to continue to convince the court that this was a good faith effort to make a determination whether or not there were unsafe practices involved. So if we had done what you are suggesting, essentially what would have happened is judges would have shut us down, and this happened in our pork line speed issue. Judges will enjoin the use of line speed, and everybody would have had to slow their lines down. So you tell me, would you have preferred everybody slowing their lines down, or would you have preferred creating an option for people to continue to at the line speeds that they had invested in?
I would prefer to have a researcher that is not in there to do something opposite of what they are intended to do.
Don't assume the outcome of this study until it occurs.
I would just tell you, I spent a lot of years in the Army, and when an inspector comes in, they generally find what they're looking for, if they're looking for certain things, whether it's there or not. And I can just say from experience that an IG inspection could be either good or bad depending on the intent of the inspector. Next question, though. Mr. Secretary, I've heard from many producers about constant challenges with the H-2A program regarding regulations and rules issued by the Department of Labor, one of which was issued almost a year ago, requiring employers to pay varying wage rates to H-2A workers based on their daily job function. This rule has put the potential to double wage rates for employers, not to mention add a huge regulatory burden to try to track the work of every employee throughout the day through each task that they do. Did the Department of Labor consult with USDA on this rule?
We have an ongoing conversation about rules relating to farm labor, and I think the reason this rule is structured the way it is because there was a general wage rate being applied to a variety of jobs, some of which were required significant qualification and were much more complex. And so I think the effort by the Labor Department was to try to respond to the value of that service.
Yeah, but they kind of went overboard here. So small farms are at a high disadvantage here. I guess we're trying to put them out of business. You're out there and you're picking up potatoes, digging sweet potatoes, or loading them on the truck, and they need you to drive a pickup truck to the store to pick up a part. And all of a sudden, you get classified at the rate of a truck driver at $40 an hour instead of $20 an hour. You see how, and driving a pickup truck is not driving a big truck, but they still classify you as a truck driver, and so you have to be paid that wage for the remainder of the day and the remainder of the time that you work there. You do see where this could be very confusing and very hard on small operations.
Well, that's one of the reasons why it would have been helpful if you all had passed the Farm Worker Modernization Act. You wouldn't have had to deal with this.
But we didn't make this rule.
Well, you did, in a sense, you made it by not creating the opportunity for a structured, stable, secure, predictable system.
I would just say, as the Secretary of Agriculture, it seems to me that anyone with even a layman's understanding of farming would have flagged how problematic and how burdensome this rule is to our small operators. And they literally cannot compete because we're overburdensome with regulations. When you have to track every task that a worker does every day, we will have more people tracking their tasks than we do actually doing the work. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Maine, Congresswoman Pingree, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. I really appreciate all of the things you've been talking to us about and your very thoughtful answers. And I, as a member of the Appropriations Committee, just want to thank you for reminding everyone in the room that passing an appropriations bill is critically important. If we're all going to talk about the importance of getting a farm bill done, we have to remember that we need the funding for your agency as well, and that the 18% cut that was proposed is ludicrous. So I'm counting on my good friend, Mr. Bishop, for fixing all of that before we take it to the floor, but let's just hope we can eventually get that to the floor. We've been talking a lot about climate change and disaster resilience, and really what I see now as this extreme weather that all of us are facing and our farmers are facing. And you were very kind to come and visit us in Maine last month, right after we'd had some horrendous storm in December that caught our forestry and farming folks off guard and really impacted our state with the flooding and the high winds. One of the farmers we showed you some pictures of was Chuck Noyes, a dairy farmer in Albion, Maine. He lost 2 buildings and a roof, and his insurance does not cover rebuilding the barn, and he's not sure if he's going to get the roof replacement. But a few days after you visited, we had 2 more storms back to back that really impacted our coastline. So that was our working waterfronts and our fishing community, more significant damage. And I like to remind people this wasn't the only bad weather we'd had. We had frost that destroyed our fruit crops in the spring. We had wet weather in the summer that left hay that couldn't be harvested or in such poor condition that our dairy farmers and livestock farmers have to supplement the diet this winter with increased grain and corn silage. This is going to continue to impact our farmers. And I just want to talk a little bit about the tools you're trying to provide to help farmers to be more resilient. You know, we all want to make sure there's disaster relief aid, and we appreciate your request for more of that because it's getting more and more expensive. But so much of what you're doing is to try to prevent the disasters that we're facing in terms of how farmers deal with drought and flooding. And so can you talk a little bit about what the work you're doing is to help farmers have more resilient fields and to deal with some of this adverse weather?
Well, I'd say there are 3 or 4 steps that we're taking. First of all, we continue to focus some of our research efforts on figuring out exactly what works and what doesn't work in the field to basically create a more resilient farming operation, and certainly would encourage a continued investment in our research initiatives. Secondly, the Climate Smart Agriculture Commodity Initiative, 141 projects across the United States, all major commodities, looking at 205 different practices to determine the viability of those practices in terms of resiliency and sustainability. I think we're going to learn a lot from that experience. We've got nearly 100 universities, minority-serving institutions involved and engaged in that effort, and we're now beginning to see a lot of interest in that. We've mentioned today a number of times the IRA and the investments in conservation, whether it's the EQIP or CSP, or from a large-scale landscape basis, the Regional Conservation Partnership Program. That also is, I think, significant. We're also using our risk management tools to encourage more cover crop activity by providing incentives for the use of cover crop. And this most recent ag census indicates that that's beginning to work as we see an expansion of cover crop activity. So it's across the board efforts to try to make sure that we're a good partner with farmers, ranchers, and producers.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I do want to say, I know it comes up often, people criticize your use of the CCC, Community Credit Corporation, and having that flexibility. Sometimes it's talked about like it's a sacred cow, but I really appreciate how you're putting it to beneficial use. As you said, doing the kinds of research and the scale, the projects, it's at all different scales around the country, so people really have the examples of what to do. So thank you for that. One more specific question on the organic market development funding. I know you've talked a lot about how you get farmers extra income and growing organic produce or organic food for the market is often that. I'm really pleased to see that the USDA is providing 10 organic market development grants to address gaps in the organic market like processing, transporting, and consumer markets. Can you tell us a little bit about the demand for the program, where the funding for the program is coming from, and how we can support more of that organic market work?
There are, I think, 2 initiatives. The American Rescue Plan provided resources for us to establish an organic marketing assistance program. The application period for that program is still available, I think, through October of this year. There's been quite a bit of interest in that to assist farmers in terms of offsetting the cost of marketing. And then, as you indicated, we really wanted to take a look at trying to right-size, if you will, the supply and demand of organic opportunities across the country. And so we've awarded a number of entities resources to be able to tell us how do we create demand, how do we make sure that the demand is being created where the supply is, or conversely, how do we create the supply where we already have demand so that we basically right-size. I think we've also created a transition program making it easier for people who want to become organic producers to be able to do so with mentoring, with assistance on conservation costs associated with the transition, and with some risk management opportunities as well. So it's a combination.
Thank you. I've gone over my time. Those are great answers, and I appreciate you, Mr. Chair, indulging that extra minute. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary.
No, I thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome here to Mr. Secretary. Appreciate you being here today. I have 2 questions, one on cybersecurity and then a follow-up on trade. First on cybersecurity, there was a recent article published in the Joint Forces Quarterly titled Weaponizing Wheat. It was written by Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Schuerman, and he assesses the security status of America's food supply, and his findings are disturbing. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit that for the record, this article.
Without objection.
In the article, Lieutenant Colonel Schuerman identifies agriculture cybersecurity as one of the most pressing threats to our agriculture. Russia is a top cyber adversary known for targeting cloud infrastructure, for example. We've had cyber attacks on industry leaders like JBS. We're seeing state-sponsored attacks have caused real-world effects targeting critical infrastructure like grain storage facilities. So, Mr. Secretary, I've been working on a bill for a couple of years called the American Agriculture Security Act of 2024, and establishes research centers that are American land-grant institutions across the nation with the purpose of researching physical, biological, and cyber threats to American agriculture. These centers would be structured and operated like the UARCs that we see used by the DoD, and they've shown a lot of promise with their military. So, Mr. Secretary, what's your take? Would this move us in the right direction for helping provide better cybersecurity, or what else could we be doing to protect our farmers?
Well, Representative, it will if it's adequately funded. It's not enough to set up a center unless you have the resources behind it. But I think you're right to put a spotlight on this. And certainly land-grant universities are already doing some of this, perhaps not as in coordinated a fashion as they need to. At USDA, we're really focused on making sure that the private sector is hardening their assets, hardening their IT against these kinds of attacks. Obviously, you mentioned JBS. When something like that happens, our role and responsibility is to evaluate the impact on the market of a disruption, a significant disruption, which we did in that case, and to convene the industry to remind them of the importance of investing in protection. There is an interagency effort in this administration to sort of focus on cybersecurity and on AI in particular, and taking a look at the entirety of our portfolio, from food safety to SNAP bias to market manipulation to trade policy. It's all encompassing.
You know, our DoD runs something similar with the UARCs, and it's been very successful, but you're right, they have to be funded. My second question is on trade. If I had to provide the number one feedback or maybe criticism of the administration that I hear from Nebraska producers, and I believe it would be in your home state as well in Iowa, is we don't hear much from the administration on trade. In fact, I very seldom hear the president discussing trade at all. And just like Iowa, Nebraska is very dependent on beef, pork, corn, wheat, sorghum exports. So could you tell us what is the administration doing and hopefully clearing up the misperception,
Sure.
if anything?
Well, first of all, it was mentioned by Representative Scott, the establishment of the Regional Ag Promotion Program. Nearly $1 billion being invested at the request of Senator Stabenow and Senator Bozeman, bipartisan request to invest in trade. Focusing on diversification of our market opportunity, we are over-reliant on our top 4 markets from an ag perspective, and so we want to put resources to increase our presence, our promotions, and our partnerships in a number of countries, particularly in Southeast Asia. Number one. Number two, I think sometimes I think the focus people have when they define trade, they talk about it in terms of trade agreements. I mean, the reality is you don't have trade promotion authority, so it's very difficult to imagine a trade agreement being negotiated when the people we're negotiating with realize that there are 535 folks who can negotiate again. So without trade promotion authority, that's the issue. So in the meantime, we're working on trying to reduce barriers. And I can tell you that roughly $21 billion of trade opportunities have been created or maintained as a result of wins looking at reducing trade barriers. The UK in wood pellets and biomass, Canada in a clean fuel regulation, Mexico in potato access, Japan beef quota, higher blend ethanol availability, India preservation of apples, expanded cherry access, the Philippines expanded access to pork, China, almonds and almond hulls recently. Argentina, apples and pears. Israel, processed meat and eggs. There are a whole series of things that have occurred over the last 3 years. The cumulative impact and effect of them is either to protect or to expand trade opportunities. So that's what we're up to. We're expanding trade missions and considering reverse trade missions where we bring people from other countries here in the U.S. So it's a combination of many things that don't necessarily get the headlines, but are particularly effective in terms of trade.
Thank you. As you know, the Iowa farmers and Nebraska farmers, we like to feed the world. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Nebraska. And now please recognize the gentlelady from Washington State, Congresswoman Gluesenkamp-Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. We actually just had Undersecretary Torres Small visit our district, and to Representative Bacon's point, we actually had a really productive conversation around trade and foreign access to our apple growers. So our state, Washington State, particularly on the west side, is dominated by much smaller producers. Right now, we only have 5,700 farms. Their average size is about 158 acres, so much smaller. We're losing a lot of our small and medium-sized producers, as you might be familiar with. At the same time, I'm seeing really troubling reports that, on average, the American consumer, about 40% of the fresh fruits and vegetables they consume are from overseas or from our trade partners here. So this together paints a really troubling picture that our smaller producers are really in trouble and getting squeezed out of the market. And I want to make sure that we have a farm system that allows the small and medium-sized farms to thrive. They shouldn't have to depend on agro-tourism or value-added propositions like a solar farm to survive, in my view. These are really important ventures on their own, in their own merits, but they shouldn't be necessary for farmers that want to continue and pass on their farm to the next generation. So I'm asking, just what are your thoughts on this? What is the USDA currently doing to support the stability and viability of these small and medium-sized producers, and how can Congress be a better partner in this work?
Congressman, I'd be happy to come to your office and give you a rather extensive discussion about what we're doing. Climate Smart Agriculture Commodity Initiative, helping smaller sized producers get a value-added proposition. Having farmers qualify for ecosystem service markets, and when they do the right conservation and there's a conservation benefit and a greenhouse gas reduction or carbon being sequestered, they're getting paid for it. The use of the Renewable Energy for America program to reduce the cost of electricity and maybe even producing excess electricity, which could be combined with their neighbors to provide a transition for the rural electric cooperative, creating a new energy commodity. Expanded access to processing, local processing. Over 400 programs, projects invested by USDA in the last 3 years. Focusing on local and regional food purchasing agreements. We've provided your secretary, your commissioner, your director of agriculture in Washington with millions of dollars, encouraging them to have direct connection and contracts with local producers, small producers, to be able to provide those fruits and vegetables for schools and for the food banks. Using our procurement dollars as well for that purpose. Reducing fertilizer costs with investing in new fertilizer capacity in the U.S. So there's a broad array of strategies, and the goal here is to create new income streams. So it's not just the commodity that they're selling that they have to survive on, because the reality is they also have an off-farm job. That's how they're surviving. The question is, do we have to have the farmer have the off-farm job, or can we figure out the way the farm can have 3 or 4 different sources of income simultaneously? I'd be more than happy to show you the investments that we've made, the extent, particularly as it states in Washington specifically.
Yeah, we are very excited about some of these growth in processing in particular, so thank you for the support there. I wanted to change gears just a little bit and talk about another really important issue for my district, NACS. So effectively addressing the wildfire crisis, it requires forest management activities, including removing trees and other low-value material, timber sales, working in conjunction with other tools like prescribed burns, habitat restoration, and reforestation, where appropriate, will ensure that we can have safe and resilient forests while growing rural economies. Last week, the EPA updated PM 2.5 NACS rule, which will significantly tighten air quality standards. I'm concerned about the impact this new rule will have on our forest product industry and our ability to conduct prescribed burns. I'm probably, when I burn the bacon, it's probably reaching air quality standards that might trigger in my house. So we lost 731 acres in the Gifford-Pinchot, and I want to make sure that we're utilizing every tool at our disposal. Can you speak to how USDA and EPA are working together to promote the use of prescribed fire, and generally, how can we be better partners when tackling the wildfire crisis?
We entered into an MOU with the EPA to avoid a restriction on the use of prescribed fire as it relates to that particular regulation. So that was a result of negotiations and recently concluded in a signed MOU. Also, we have our wildfire crisis strategy, where we're investing resources from the infrastructure law and the IRA into more hazardous fuel reduction. And finally, we're trying to create market opportunities for that wood by developing cross-laminated timber projects and by focusing on wood innovation.
Thank you, Secretary. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Now recognize the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Secretary, for being here. You and I have had productive conversations in the past about the fact that managed forests are healthy forests, and unmanaged forests are tinderboxes. You know, unfortunately, I think for a lot of different reasons, we've seen the volume of timber sales decrease. The last information I saw was that 80 different units had failed to meet their harvest targets in the last 5 years. And, you know, in the Black Hills National Forest, this is important to us. We were proud to host the first federal timber sale in 1899. We've been dealing with these issues for a long time. What can we do together to better provide these forests the treatment that they need?
Well, I think there are two issues here. One is the forest itself, and I think our wildfire crisis strategy is directly designed to increase activity where it needs to be increased in order to reduce the risk of catastrophic fire. And so continuing to invest in that system is important. You provided a down payment with your bipartisan infrastructure law. That's going to take us through a couple of years, but as you know, this is going to take a decade or more of commitment. So that's number one. Number two is making sure that we also have activities for our mills. I know that that's been an issue, particularly in the Black Forest area, which is why we are literally transporting wood from the western states to that mill in South Dakota so that it maintains viability. We're continuing to do that.
And I do want to give you kudos for that, Mr. Secretary. When I'd first heard the concept, the idea that there would be timber from elsewhere brought in, I thought there's no way the bureaucracy is going to make that happen. And the fact that it has happened, I think, is a testament to you and your team. I think Chris French and others have done a good job of telling me that y'all want to get these things done. These things meaning more timber sales, more treatment so we can have healthier forests. I think there's still, it seems like there are a lot of holdups. I think it feels like there's some bureaucracy maybe further down the food chain. And so I'm going to continue to look forward to working with you and your team to do what we can to maybe hit more of the center of the target. I also want to talk a little bit about high path. I mean, obviously, this country's got a lot of great poultry producers. And in South Dakota, we got a lot of turkeys, we got a lot of pheasants. We've seen, as a country, 81 million dead birds as a result of high path. I mean, I think it is a terrible situation, just devastating the industry and devastating to these growers that have to, as of right now, are the only real solution when we have an outbreak is a total depop. Talk to us a little bit, Mr. Secretary, about are we getting closer to developing a vaccine solution that would not unduly harm trade so that we can have some alternative to total depop?
Representative, you've asked a pretty tricky question there by adding that trade piece, because there's clearly a distinction between if you're a broiler and the broiler industry, that's a concern. If you're in the turkey industry or the egg-laying industry, you're in a different place. Here's where we are with vaccines. I'd say we were probably 18 months or so away from being able to identify a vaccine that would be effective for this particular HPAI that we're dealing with now. The problem, of course, is it mutates. And so you have to basically create ultimately a vaccine that is available for all strains, right? So there's that issue. The second issue is how do you deliver the vaccine? Do you deliver it in a way that is efficient and effective and less expensive, or is an injection required? Well, when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of birds, that's difficult. So we're trying to develop that process for distributing the vaccine. Then the other issue is whether or not you can get to a point where by vaccinating you can distinguish between a bird that's been vaccinated versus a bird that's actually sick. And we're working on that. So we've got work to do. There is a commitment to get it done. There's a commitment to begin the conversation on the trade side, to begin asking our trading partners, how do you feel about this? What are your concerns about it? So that we eventually, sometime down the road, get to a point where I think you want us to be. But it's going to take, it's very complex, and it's going to take some time.
So you're talking 12 to 18 months?
12 to 18 months just to get the vaccine for this particular type. Not that it's true for every type. We still have work to be done on how to actually administer it, and we are nowhere near being able to do it from a standpoint of the impact of trade. We would have a circumstance where if we vaccinated today, I think we would have a number of our trading partners saying, we're not interested in your chickens.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize Dr. Adams from North Carolina for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you as well to the ranking member. Good morning, Secretary Vilsack.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming back to testify. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I appreciate the range of issues that you've raised today, and I want to follow up on them again. Equity in USDA and in agriculture, USDA's purchasing power, addressing competition and distributing resources to distressed and disadvantaged farmers via the IRA. But I especially appreciate you naming food insecurity as an issue, because I want to address something that we've been hearing in and around this committee as we approach a farm bill. Recent pay for proposals have suggested that requiring the Thrifty Food Plan be held cost neutral in future evaluations would save something like $30 billion over a 10-year projection. These proposals have been accompanied by a talking point that says not a single recipient of SNAP will lose benefits. I worry that that's not true. Pulling cuts from future benefits and calling them savings, concluding that there will be no cuts, I think is just disingenuous. The Thrifty Food Plan is the backbone of SNAP, as it helps to determine the amount of dollars that our neighbors who are enrolled in the program get each month as they face the harsh reality of inflation in the grocery checkout. In my district, participants in my Adams Hunger Initiative, who represent over 30,000 people on SNAP, celebrated the long overdue reevaluation of the Thrifty Food Plan in 2021, and fear any threats to keeping Thrifty up to date in perpetuity could spell trouble. I understand that during previous Thrifty Food Plan reevaluations, an administrative decision was made to hold them cost neutral. And so the consequences of this decision resulted in absurd assumptions about how low-income families would have to stretch their food budgets. For example, prior to 2021, the Thrifty Food Plan assumed weekly diet of a family of 4 would include 12 pounds of potatoes, 25 pounds of milk, 20 pounds of orange juice, 5 pounds of fresh oranges. And I don't think any of us could reasonably eat a diet consisting substantially of potatoes, milk, oranges for long periods of time, let alone get our children to do that. So my question is, how would holding future Thrifty Food Plan reevaluations cost neutral impact the ability of the Thrifty and therefore SNAP benefits to be based on a realistic food plan? And could it undermine our ability to improve the diet of SNAP participants by making it more and more difficult for them to afford more expensive but critical foods like fruits and vegetables?
You know, the only data point I have, Congresswoman, is the fact that when we basically looked at the Thrifty Food Plan based on what actually is happening for American families at the grocery store, based on data that was specific, that was based on the scanner activities and information, what we saw was that we were underfunding, if you will, the foundation of the SNAP program to the tune of 20-some%. So I think the challenge and the problem is if you try to maintain a steady course, you're essentially going to transition away from looking at what's happening at that particular time in grocery stores, and over time you're going to create a benefit that will not adequately support the families that need the help.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. So switching gears a little bit, I'm pleased to see the ongoing commitment to the 1890 and 1994 land-grant universities included in your work on Next Gen and your letters to governors with Secretary Cardona about land-grant funding, because for too long these institutions have been underfunded. So can you discuss briefly how you would ensure that 1890s are being brought to the table in conversations about future research, education, and extension priorities?
We've taken a look at ways in which we can incorporate historic black colleges, universities, and for that matter, all minority-serving institutions in many of our programs. They've taken full advantage of the Climate Smart Commodity Partnership Initiative. You mentioned the Next Gen program. Our Scholars program is at record levels of participation. We've increased research. We've established more centers of excellence at HBCUs. most recently the nutrition, precision nutrition effort at Southern University. We're looking at the possibility of establishing a veterinarian school at the Eastern Shore of Maryland. And so there are, I think, a lot of exciting opportunities for us to continue investing. We obviously need a budget, and we need a farm bill to be able to continue to do
Great.
that.
Well, thank you very much. As a proud HBCU graduate, 1890, 40-year professor at an HBCU, I appreciate all of your support. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and now recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for being here. You and I have a lot of commonalities, obviously, you being our governor for many years. And so I just want to talk about what's happening in Iowa a little bit, what I'm hearing. I was in Buena Vista County, talked to 250 pork producers on Friday evening, and I'm hearing this, all over. And you noted it. The first question that was talked about from our chairman was Prop 12. And my question is, what are you hearing from our trading partners like Canada and other trading partners? Is the USDA concerned about trade disputes through USMCA? Is this going to be a big issue because of Prop 12?
Congressman, it's been raised in our conversations with the Canadian minister. They want to have some clarity and some indication of kind of how we're responding to this. Obviously, we're in the relatively early phases of all of this. I will tell you that we are looking at ways in which we can help and assist the pork industry. We know it's under a lot of stress, as you do. Yeah. We recently purchased roughly $100 million of pork products in our feeding programs using the CCC and Section 32. The good news is we've seen a significant increase in pork exports, but there's obviously a lot of work still to do to try to help and assist them. I think we're going to go through a bumpy period here where farmers have to basically make a decision about whether they're going to participate in that market or whether they're going to be more localized. And I think that's one of the reasons why we focused on building a local and regional food system so that you have an option, that you don't necessarily have to participate in a national system, that you actually have the opportunity to sell directly to your school, sell directly to an institutional purchaser like a university or a college. You've got many of them in your district.
Yep, and that's exactly right. I just wanted on the forefront that, this Prop 12, and we have to do our work, in Congress. We got to pass something to preempt it. And you hit on something with trade. I mean, trade to me is when you start looking at our corn commodity, I mean, we're growing so much extra corn. Obviously, that can go to ethanol, but that gets hurt by trade. We got a lot of pork, going to Mexico and stuff. And yet, I look at the administration and say we haven't had any new free trade agreements in the last 3 years. I mean, where do you see? I mean, how can USDA help on the free trade agreements, and how can we expand export markets? Because to me, we're doing amazing things growing the product, but we don't have places to go for it. And that being said, there's a lot of competition. We're seeing a lot of our competitors claiming some of the export markets that we used to have.
Well, I'd say a couple things. First of all, one of the reasons why the competition is steeper is because folks in the past, in our competition, invested more fully and completely in their infrastructure and allowed them to essentially squeeze the difference in the gap that we once had. Fortunately for us, we've got the bipartisan infrastructure law that's going to allow us to reclaim that competitive edge, number one. Number two, the reality is I have a hard time understanding the focus on trade agreements when I'm pretty confident, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but do you believe that you can pass trade promotion authority in this Congress? You haven't been able to pass a budget. You haven't gotten a farm bill through. Can you pass trade promotion authority? And if you can't, why not? And I think the reason why not is because people have an attitude about trade that requires us to rebuild people's trust in trade. Farmers understand it. They absolutely understand it, not the rest of the country.
No, and it's a huge deal. I just look at, I was in the UK, they're doing individual trade agreements on ag with Kansas and other states and stuff like that. I just wish our federal government was a little more engaged. Kathleen Tai, we've talked about it and stuff like that. And
we are engaged, but it's not just trade agreements, it's breaking down barriers. And I mentioned this earlier. A lot of trade wins have occurred. Don't get the headlines, but they've occurred. We got $21 billion of trade wins in the last 3 years. The other issue is China. And let's be honest about this. I spoke to the co-op agreement entity yesterday, and I asked them to identify their number one customer, and then I asked this question: if you started criticizing your number one customer,
right,
how long would you be able to have that number one customer?
Good point. Hey, I got one more question for you. When we think of high path, African swine fever, and foot and mouth, obviously going back to hogs, I got 17 seconds left. Do you feel confident that we're prepared? I mean, this is keeps people awake.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Right.
I do, because we have good people assuring it doesn't get into the country, and we have good people who are doing the research and the vaccine and all of that.
Good.
So, we're going to have it at Manhattan, Kansas, at our NBAF, and I'm confident.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Crockett, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your time. There are a lot of things that you have been asked today, and you clearly have a lot on your plate. So I'm going to stick to one subject matter that is crucial to all families that House Democrats are committed to upholding in this Farm Bill: nutrition. At the USDA, you award billions of dollars annually to support the nutritional needs of Americans from all walks of life. I especially want to commend your repeated commitment across USDA leadership to supporting nutrition programs that serve all Americans regardless of their circumstances. But with so much on your plate, there are some things that can fall through the cracks. In particular, I'm referring to GusNIP and produce prescription programs. These programs provide critical assistance to Americans that need to stretch their SNAP dollars further and those that face medical complications from poor nutrition. But in each of these programs, not all fruits and vegetables are treated the same. Under current USDA policy, fresh fruits and vegetables receive more favorable consideration than frozen, despite the best science showing no nutritional difference. I'm concerned by this because we know that frozen is often better for folk that most need nutrition assistance because it keeps for longer and provides more variety. Now, I have no issue with fresh, so don't get me wrong, but if we want these programs to be accessible and be accessible for as many people as possible, we should have parity between fresh and frozen. That is why I introduced the Bipartisan SHOP Act with Congressman Alford, which now has 22 House co-sponsors and 4 supporters in the Senate. And if I recall correctly, when Congressman Rose asked you about the lack of parity on fresh and frozen in these programs last year, you said you would get back to us. So my question, Mr. Secretary, is whether you will commit to increasing equity in these programs by evaluating establishing parity between fresh and frozen fruits and vegetables in GusNIP and the produce prescription program.
Congressman, I'm happy to commit to encouraging those who use our nutrition programs to consider and to participate in fruit and vegetable consumption. I'd be more than happy to talk to you about what parity means and how it would act and react in terms of our prescription produce program, for example, where we're working with pediatricians and physicians, how it would work with our GusNIP program, where we essentially provide resources, how it would work at farmers markets, where it probably wouldn't because it's mostly fresh fruit and vegetable. There isn't any frozen vegetables available. So when you promote a farmer's market, are you suggesting we not promote the farmer's market because it doesn't have frozen?
No, what I would say is that I have a district where 20% of my district live at or below poverty. And because of that, my district probably in a disproportionate way is in more need of access to fruits and vegetables. But what we typically see is in underserved communities, they don't necessarily have the big grocers. So I have so many food deserts in my district. And so what happens is they don't necessarily always have grocery stores. And if they do have grocery stores, those grocery stores don't necessarily have fresh fruits and veggies. So if it's a matter of I can use my SNAP benefits so that I can get fresh broccoli, but the only place that I can go to maybe is the convenience store that's down the street, and the convenience store has frozen broccoli, why is it that I can't go to the convenience store? What's going to happen is I am now put into a situation where I now have to go to an area in which they have fresh fruits and veggies instead of being able to use.
I'm more than happy to work with you on that issue. That's a slightly different issue and has slightly different responses. One is basically taking a look at what convenience stores have to offer in order to be able to qualify for the SNAP program. The other aspect of this is how we might be able to use the Healthy Food Financing Initiative that supports corner stores creating broader access to healthier foods, how we might be able to work together to make sure that frozen vegetables are part of what they are able to provide.
And I thank you for that. I use that as just a general example, but overall, even if it's another grocery store, I would want people to be able to choose frozen because some of those grocery stores don't necessarily have, I would say, the most appetizing fresh food sometimes. But I'm going to move on to another issue that is specifically super important to Texas, and that is the summer EBT program. For whatever reason, my home state of Texas is having some problems standing that up, and I would like if you could update me on what other states are refusing to feed children during the summertime.
There are 14 states, and we'll get you a list. Nebraska just recently decided to come into the program, so there are 14 states.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary. Thank you for being here this morning. As you know, I represent the Big First District in Kansas, the #1 beef, sorghum, and wheat producing district in the country. As the subcommittee chairman for the Livestock, Dairy, and Poultry subcommittee here, I'm concerned with several proposed rules that would impose nonsensical and costly regulations on ag producers in my district and across the country. From USDA's packers and stockyards rules, which extend well beyond the bounds of congressional intent and ignore legal precedent, to the new USDA Food Safety Inspection Services Salmonella regulatory framework, which has left the industry scrambling for answers. My view is the federal government should either support producers or get out of their way. I look forward to working with my colleagues to craft and maintain sound, comprehensive livestock policy that honors the work of every link of the animal agriculture supply chain. Mr. Secretary, first question, on January 24th, APHIS sent a final rule out to ONB that would require electronic identification ear tags for animal disease traceability and is a requisite for official interstate movement of certain cattle and bison. And I understand the goals here. I guess my question is, what are USDA's plans for mitigating the cost to producers and other entities like sale barns to comply with the rule?
Well, this is really, I think, an investment to support and preserve market opportunities, because if we have a problem and we can't trace it back quickly, it destroys the entire market. So I would think that this is a relatively small cost associated with this. And the reality is, if Congress wants to provide us the resources to provide reimbursement, I'm more than happy to do that. But this is a very important, I think, a market protective measure to ensure that we can respond quickly to an outbreak, whatever it might be, to be able to isolate, quarantine, and prevent an entire market destruction.
Yeah, and I agree. We got to think through how does that impact our producers on the ground. Second question, as we work to prevent animal disease outbreaks here at home, we also have to protect the U.S. Food supply against introduction of diseases from our trading partners. The USDA recently issued a final rule allowing for the importation of beef from Paraguay, despite Paraguay's long history of foot and mouth disease. Does Paraguay, in your view, have the necessary means to fund its foot and mouth disease mitigation measures, and how will USDA ensure there's no lapse in safety mitigation measures in
We spent 8 years looking at this issue. I have a lot of faith and confidence in the people that work for APHIS. There have been multiple audits of their system. We're convinced that their system is equivalent in terms of their ability to detect, their ability to quarantine, their ability to respond quickly. We also have put a series of conditions on the importation. The beef can't come from a facility that's ever had any FMD. It can't come from a region that's had FMD in the last year. It's inspected both before and after slaughter. So we are confident that we have a system that will ensure protection. And I think I've got to have confidence in the APHIS folks when they tell me after 8 years of study, they're equivalent.
Okay. Last question is likely, I'm sure you know, the EPA recently proposed a rule that would impact the effluent limitation guidelines and standards for meat and poultry processing facilities. By EPA's own estimates, this rule could potentially close between 16 and 53 meat, poultry, and rendering facilities. Meanwhile, USDA has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to expand meat and poultry processing capacity. Did the EPA consult with USDA on the impacts of this rule prior to its publication, and how do you plan to engage with the EPA on this moving forward?
We provided information and data in an effort to try to bolster the least restrictive option. There are 3 options, as you know, that they've proposed. We provided information in an effort to try to bolster the least restrictive option that they've identified.
Yeah, big picture. It's frustrating for me, taxpayers, when, we're spending all this money to try to improve capacity and enhance capacity, which we should. At the same time, the EPA is putting on regulations. I understand that's the EPA and not the USDA. We're pushing on the door on one side and pushing on it, pulling on the other. Last question, with the last 30 seconds. One thing I'm really passionate about is our Food for Peace program and the notion of using American-grown commodities to feed hungry people around the world. Can you speak to the importance of using U.S.-grown commodities in our international food aid programs, which is obviously also authorized in the Farm Bill?
Well, it's a critical component of the McGovern-Dole. It's a critical component of Food for Progress. It's a critical component of the Bill Emerson Trust if we get it replenished. So it's obviously a very significant tool that we have to try to address global food insecurity.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carvajal, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for being here. If anybody knows the federal government and the USDA and even Congress, it's you. And so I really appreciate your wisdom and your leadership in the capacity that you're in. I also understand why you're so smart. You have a former staffer of mine that you hired, Aaron Sandlin, so I definitely know you're in good hands. Secretary Vilsack, I represent what many people call paradise on earth, the Central Coast of California, where agriculture is the #1 industry. When I meet with growers and producers in my district, they consistently bring up labor shortages. I believe we agree that finally getting the Bipartisan Farm Workforce Modernization Act enacted into law is essential, and that there are also additional tools that would help farmers with their labor challenges, including many that are within USDA's purview. How can we support producers through the Farm Bill to address labor shortages, and could investments in research like mechanization or future workforce development be helpful?
Well, I think a lot of producers are looking at robotics in an effort to try to make their systems more efficient. I think in the meantime, we have started at USDA a farm labor stabilization initiative, a pilot. We took $65 million from the American Rescue Plan. We put it on the table and we asked producers of all sizes, large and small, what would they do with this resource to recruit and retain a workforce from the Northern Triangle countries and Mexico. We were actually impressed with the reaction and response to this. We got applications from entities that wanted just a couple of workers to entities that wanted hundreds of workers. And each and every single one of them, we also gave them options of a very basic program or sort of a silver and gold program where the working conditions, the wage levels, and so forth would be significantly higher. I expected that the base program would be the more popular program in terms of application. Turns out that no, people were more interested in the silver and gold programs. We had far more applications in that space. So I think it's important, I think, for us to take a look at what we learned from that experience, and maybe that can help inform policy in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, climate change continues to be an issue for farmers and growers throughout the country. As you may recall, last year at this time, atmospheric storms hit the Central Coast of California, leaving an estimated $2.4 billion in damages and crop loss. Once again, the Central Coast was hit with storms earlier this month. What disaster reforms can Congress do in this upcoming Farm Bill to help protect producers against climate change?
Well, I think there are a couple things. I think obviously we're going to learn a lot from the Climate Smart Agriculture Commodity Initiative in terms of strategies, conservation programs that farmers can use to make their farms more resilient. And so would encourage learning from that experience and also preserving the IRA resources, conservation resources. I think the chairman's right in his concern about disaster and trying to get away from the ad hoc programs that we've had in the past. Sometimes they're adequately funded, and sometimes they're not. To have a more permanent disaster assistance program would provide some predictability and stability in that area, and would certainly look forward to working with everyone to try to figure out what that looks like. You know, in addition, I think it's important for us to look at crop insurance. I think it continues to be a very important mechanism. We've seen an expansion, a significant expansion of the number of policies, the number of commodities that are now covered by crop insurance that weren't a couple of years ago, modifications to the programs, ways in which the risk management tool can be used to encourage the kinds of actions and steps on the farm that create greater resilience. So I think there's a combination of things that we need to probably look at.
Thank you. I will just say that crop insurance needs to also make sure that it grows in the areas of specialty crops, which oftentimes are left behind. So,
and that's where we've seen significant expansion recently.
thank you. As you mentioned in your testimony that food insecurity remains more common in rural areas than in the suburban areas, can you address the misconception that SNAP is a program predominantly used in cities, and elaborate how SNAP supports rural communities and combats food insecurity in those regions?
Well, there's no question that that poverty is not concentrated in one part of the country. There are many, many remote areas and rural areas of very significant and deep poverty. In fact, the persistently poor counties, the majority of persistently poor counties, counties that have experienced more than 20% of poverty over decades, are located in rural communities. And so there are a series of programs, I see the time is up, but there's a series of programs that we've identified trying to address those issues.
Thank you, Secretary Vilsack. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Secretary Vilsack, I'm sure you've seen by now, countries all over Europe are facing protests from farmers because left-wing governments are trying to destroy the ag industry to advance the climate change agenda. These farmers are tired of top-down policies intended to appease the left's climate cult, which make it harder for them to farm and feed the world. The Biden administration has taken similar steps to push this radical climate scam. From re-entering the Paris Climate Agreement to the EPA trying to make it harder for farmers to use pesticides, to Biden's attack on American fossil fuels, this administration's policies threaten our farmers. The agriculture industry needs the ability to access affordable diesel, nitrogen fertilizer, and pesticides. President Biden puts that ability in jeopardy. In a report published last week by the Buckeye Institute, they estimate Biden's climate policies will increase farm costs by approximately 34% and increase grocery prices drastically for Americans. To make matters worse, Mr. Secretary, you traveled to the UN Climate Change Conference and told attendees that the USDA wants to quantify and track carbon sequestration and greenhouse gas emissions of farmers. Mr. Secretary, are you aware of the report from the Buckeye Institute estimating Biden's climate policies will increase farm costs by 34% and thus increase grocery prices?
I'm not aware of that study, but I am aware of the reaction of the farm community to our Climate Smart Commodity Partnership Initiative, which is fundamentally different than what's happening in Europe.
Sir, I can tell you, I'm actually a farmer in Illinois. I can tell you the majority of farmers are not on board with this climate cult agenda, and that you are, and the Biden administration is wildly incentivizing these policies. And I can tell you, if all things were equal, farmers would rather plant corn than put a solar panel on the best farm ground in the world.
That's not what this is, ma'am. That's not what this is, Congresswoman.
Sir, John Kerry said we can't get to net zero. We don't get this job done unless agriculture is front and center as part of the solution. Do you agree with John Kerry that we have to get farmers to net zero?
I agree that that's an opportunity for farmers to make more money and for small and mid-sized producers to actually stay on the farm.
Okay, this is a disaster for farmers when you are incentivizing them to put
Farmers
solar
want this.
panels on the best farm ground in the world. What is this going to do to our ability to feed people? And not only that, those solar panels do nothing but help our adversary, China. And going by the climate cult's own practices, China is using coal to produce these solar panels, and we don't have a reclamation plan. And not only that, it's messing up when farmers are in competition or have to rent their land, and you've got people that are getting subsidies from the government making 3 times as much as a farmer makes. Of course, you've got some farmers that are signing up. The profit margin is so narrow on farms. You are forcing farmers into this. Look what's happening in Europe. And what I want to know is who's standing up for the farmers? Who's advocating for the farmers? Have you ever discussed agriculture or climate policy with John Kerry?
Well, of course I have, and I've also discussed it with farmers.
Oh, what was your discussion with
Well, let
John
me answer
Kerry,
the
sir?
You know, ma'am,
I would
happy
like to know what you discussed with John Kerry, because you're advocating for the farmers. We need you to advocate for farmers.
I am.
And for the people that have to turn around and buy the food at inflated prices if these radical policies are put in place.
Our program is voluntary, it's incentive-based, it's market-driven. It is precisely what the Food and Agriculture Alliance, which is made up of 80 large organizations, Farm Bureau, National Farmers Union, every major commodity group has requested.
In Europe,
structure
the
this.
rug has
This is
been
not
pulled
Europe.
out on the farmers
ma'am, this is
because
not
they.
This is not Europe. This is completely
Okay,
different.
no one is on the side of American farmers, but this committee.
you need to
the
learn
Biden
about
administration has done everything in their power to attack the family farm. We're not going to let you jeopardize our nation's food supply for the climate change agenda.
That's not true. That's not true. We're doing what farmers have asked us to do. You need to sort of study up on this because it's not Europe. It's not.
Sir,
it's
I'm a
completely opposite
farmer.
of Europe.
The farmers want policies. Okay, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you know, fuel and energy expenses are still at historic highs, and producers in Georgia's 2nd District are concerned with how the farm safety net will perform now that commodity prices are falling while input costs remain elevated. But 700 small businesses and ag producers have found relief through USDA's Rural Energy for America program, the REAP program, just last year alone. These energy efficiency improvements and renewable energy investments are helping farmers and business owners across rural America lower their energy costs. Can you talk about the impact of this program on operating margins for our farmers and our ranchers? And what about small business owners in rural areas like those in Georgia's 2nd Congressional District? The second question has to do with rural development, one of my top priorities. So thank you for highlighting the investments in water and sewer infrastructure in your testimony. You also recognized USDA's Emergency Rural Health Care Grants as a program that's vital to helping rural communities maintain access to health care, with over 800 grants reaching more than 22 million people. Can you tell us what the administration has learned and what trends you've seen related to both infrastructure and in health care, and what suggestions or lessons you can share with Congress from the emergency rural health care grants that we can implement moving forward? Finally, Mr. Secretary, you identified the impact of potential cuts in our annual appropriations. If we're not able to enact full-year bills for FY24 at the levels in the bipartisan budget agreement, we could be looking at sequestration or a full-year continuing resolution. With such a tough environment, can you tell us what's at stake? The impact of sequestration to mothers and children who rely on USDA food assistance, to our farmers and our ranchers across the country, to our producers who rely on technical assistance from extension agencies, from NRCS, and to those who have housing and business loans with the USDA. And what about the impact of a full-year continuing resolution?
I'll try to respond to all 3 of those questions. On the REAP program, we've had over 5,000 grants awarded. Many of these grants not only reduce the cost to a producer or to a small business, but they also, for producers, create an income source. What's interesting about this is, it's a Rhode Island producer who's basically invested in a renewable energy program where he is selling excess energy on the grid. So it not only reduces his costs, but it also creates a new income source. We want to obviously see more of that. And again, it's voluntary. People can apply for it if they wish. And we're excited about the opportunity to see more grants in the future. On healthcare, listen, this is about basically continuing to invest in our community facility program and our telemedicine program. Our ability to basically help and assist small communities equip or build hospital complexes and or provide services, levels of services through telemedicine. These are two very popular programs. The emergency care program was funded through the pandemic assistance. To the extent that you want that to continue, that would require an additional appropriation. But in the meantime, at the very least, continue to fund the community facilities program, because that's a tremendously flexible opportunity. On the budget, yeah, I understand you. I'm getting the budget. I think I'm doing a pretty good job here, actually. On the budget, look, if you cut the budget, you have less services, you got less people. It's really that simple. You didn't expect me to be that quick.
What's the impact for a full-year continuing resolution or for sequestration?
Well, the problem with the continuing resolution, I mean, it's essentially the same, because you're not going to get, if you get a continuing resolution based on the debt ceiling deal, you're going to see a reduction in the overall budget. And so therefore, you're going to see a reduction in services and a reduction in people. I mean, it's just that simple. We are operating right now at well, historically, we've received less of the non-discretionary defense spending than many of the other agencies. So whenever we receive a reduction or a flatline budget, it really stresses things.
The backlog on SNAP applications in Georgia, the state's failing to meet the application processing timeliness requirements. I know can you commit to working with us to try to give states more flexibility, such as eliminating the face-to-face interview, to clear the backlog, and making backlogs more transparent to the applicants so that they know that they may have to wait months in order to get their benefits?
With respect, that's not the answer. The answer is not to sacrifice integrity of the program. Those face-to-face interviews are very important. It's for the Georgia to use the resources they have available to have the staff adequately to run the program, and that's what we've asked Governor Kemp to do.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
The gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Congressman Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and Secretary Vilsack. Good to see you again. I'd like to first thank you for being here today and for the work that the Department of Agriculture does for our farmers, ranchers, and foresters across America. I'm sure you know farm programs and safety net programs are important to Alabama agriculture. Improvements to our nation's farm policy and ensuring timely Farm Bill reauthorization is certainly a top priority of mine, the producers that I represent in Lower Alabama. Much like my colleagues here today, and you as well, I look forward to seeing a timely Farm Bill authorization, increasing reference prices, ensuring programmatic integrity for SNAP and other federal assistance programs, and promoting wood product industries are top priorities for me in the reauthorization process and the livelihood of those I represent. The wiregrass in western Alabama are struggling to stay whole after a serious drought in recent months. Peanut producers are feeling a pinch of slimmer than ever margins and are only met with resistance by our Democratic counterparts when any suggestion is made to adjust Title I to meet the needs of modern-day production. I think it is disappointing that these producers do not feel supported by the current administration we have in place and who would rather play favorites with ERP, grab every tax dollar they can for SNAP, and pander to radical social and environmental justice agendas. It seems the agency is putting politics before policy, and quite frankly, our farmers, ranchers, foresters, and rural communities certainly deserve better. First question I have is the executive action at the Environmental Protection Agency, General Services Administration, and Department of Interior have recently been announced, which are adverse or do not consider the work of your agency and its constituents. Secretary Vilsack, how are you making good faith attempt to give agriculture a voice across this executive branch?
Well, I have an ongoing relationship with each one of those, the secretaries of each one of those departments, and we are in constant communication about policies and issues that they are adopting that may have an impact on agriculture, and we provide input. I'm certainly not going to be in a position to tell them what they should do in their department. I don't want them telling me what I should do in my department. But we do provide input, we do provide data, we do provide the consequences of what they're considering on American agriculture. That's our job. And then once a decision is made by another department, to the extent that we can, we use the resources of USDA to try to mitigate the consequences of that.
You know, I've heard the most terrifying words are we're from the government and we're here to help. And when I listen to you as the director of, or department head of agriculture, the USDA, it seems like you're battling the Department of Labor for production of food, or you're battling maybe the EPA to get them off the backs of local producers. And so would that be true, Mr. Vilsack, that probably the most terrifying words that you ever hear is we're from the government, we're here to help?
You know, let me say something about that. Yeah, you know what? And I think government does help. You know, when the farmers, you know, the crop insurance programs, the disaster assistance programs, the ARC, the PLC, the wide variety of programs that you're discussing in the Farm Bill, that is government helping. I think that the challenge is we want to make sure that government is helping and is efficient in the way that they are.
And to your defense, I think you're trying to do the job. Sometimes I don't agree with the policies that are implemented, and I certainly am not a big friend of some of the environmental stuff that's going on. But I think it seems like to me that your own government is your biggest issue sometime in trying to actually help the producers in America. And, you know, I appreciate you being in a fight for us. I hope you'll continue that. I'm sure you will. But for me, it more so when I listen to you talk about the Department of Labor or these regulations that you have to try to jump through these hoops so we can have food on the tables of American consumers, you know, to me, I almost start to understand that the battle you're in is the same battle we're in many days here, is how to stop the bureaucracy and take care of the people. And so let me do one more question here, sir. I got one question. I'm running out of time. So this past June, the department announced SNAP's error rate, a rate that measured overpayments and underpayments. This announcement included an overpayment rate of 9.54%, which amounts to roughly $30 million a day. Certainly that would be an insult, Mr. Vilsack, to our taxpayers. What concrete, serious, and forward-thinking steps are on the horizon?
States basically administer the program. We are working with state governors to make sure that they understand they need to get back to a more disciplined effort in terms of SNAP. We sort of relaxed the flexibilities or created flexibilities during the pandemic. And we're now asking them to go back to the ordinary work of administering SNAP, which involves, to Representative Bishop's question, face-to-face interviews, which I think will be helpful to restore integrity in the program. So we're encouraging governors, and the governors, if they fail to respond, there are sanctions that can essentially be put in place. We're concerned about this, and we should be.
Yes, we should. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I know it's been a long morning. Your thoughtful and candid answers to an onslaught of questions just reminds us that American agriculture is in good hands with your leadership. I've visited ranchers, growers, and farmers across Central Florida, as well as food banks and food pantries, and they spoke with one voice, which is, can you please pass a farm bill? We've talked about how food inflation has dropped in half and continues to go down, but there's more work that we need to do. Is it your opinion that if we pass the farm bill, that would help in continuing to lower food costs in the nation?
Yes, unless it involves restricting the utilization of the Commodity Credit Corporation. That is a tool that we use to help food banks deal with the increased need that's out there.
So we need to continue to support programs like that, and we will continue to see food prices decline for the American consumer.
Correct.
In Florida, we have hurricanes that have only gotten worse over the years with climate change. Hurricane Ian recently led to over $1 billion in agricultural losses. We've passed out of this House a bipartisan disaster block grant authority. This is the top priority for Florida Farm Bureau. Do you think this would help going forward? I know the Senate didn't pass it yet, especially to help both our ranchers and particularly citrus as we face these increasing storms.
We'll be happy to administer it if it gets passed. Right now, we don't have the authority to do that. I know Florida's anxious to have it. If that's the wish of Congress, we will certainly follow it and do whatever we can to make sure it's administered properly.
And Mr. Secretary, we want to give you that authority. Also representing cattle country, I just wanted to stress the importance of continuing to invest in the National Vaccine Bank. That has come up several times for several different types of livestock. We have the largest herd in the nation in Deseret Ranch in our area, along with many other ranches and cow-calf operations, so that's really important. I've also visited places like Second Harvest in Central Florida, our food bank, that had to spend $2.5 million last year to fill the TFAP gap. How critical to feeding America's families is the Emergency Food Assistance Program?
Well, it's essential. It's an essential tool that when demand goes up or there's a regional tragedy that occurs, it's an opportunity for us to be able to respond quickly to provide the resources for those food banks to meet the need. So it's critically important.
Well, I've seen both seniors, children, the disabled, our veterans coming to these food banks to get healthy, nutritious food, and the TFAP program has been absolutely critical for us. In addition, we are, after many years, finally turning the corner in Florida citrus. I appreciate your dedication over the years, both under the Obama administration, now under the Biden administration, to work with us on this research and development funding. We're seeing great advancements with new herbicides that are and pesticides that are helping out with new trees, especially injection. So I wanted to thank you for the waiver that you all provided to allow these areas to go forward. How critical is it for us to continue to make sure we have U.S. grown citrus, whether it's orange juice from Florida or eating fruit from California and other areas, to protect America's vitamin C source?
Well, I think it's connected to the health and welfare of Americans, and specifically American children. You know, we're trying to encourage more fruits and vegetable consumption, and obviously, to the extent that we do so, it'd be nice if we can provide them something that's produced here in the U.S.
Well, we're going to try to dig deep to get this done. The last thing I want to talk about is in my family's native island of Puerto Rico, along with many other territories, they are under the NAP program, trying to move them to the SNAP program. First, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce a bipartisan letter from Representative Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon and myself, just talking about the needs of the NAP program.
Without objection.
Thank you. There's been some debate about whether there needs to be legislation or just funding to convert NAP to SNAP. Do you happen to have any opinion on that or any advice on how we proceed going forward?
Well, I think there is legislation that's required, but I think more importantly is making sure that Puerto Rico in particular is prepared for that transition. It's not a simple process to administer the SNAP program, and we have been working with officials in Puerto Rico to get them to a point where they're ready, willing, and able to administer the program effectively so their folks won't fall through the cracks.
Well, we're absolutely thrilled by that. In Central Florida, 1 in 4 of my constituents are fellow Puerto Ricans. We care deeply about what's happening on the island, as well as supporting our local growers, ranchers in cattle, citrus, blueberry, and strawberry country, and making sure no Central Florida family goes hungry. So I appreciate your leadership, Mr. Secretary, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstead, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, and thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for being here today and for your testimony. I'm a proud fourth-generation farmer of southern Minnesota, excited to be raising the fifth, and just really proud of the fact that I'm part of a very honorable profession that really is called to feed and fuel the world and to help support our communities, families, and really the country as a whole. Recently, your department released several concerning reports related to the current state of the farm economy. As you know, USDA's most recent projections found that the United States will experience an ag trade deficit of over $30.5 billion this year. Last week, USDA's, your Economic Research Services, forecasted that in 2024, net farm income will drop by almost $40 billion. This is after close to $30 billion decline in 2023. You should already be aware of who was leading the USDA the last time the farm income fell 2 years in a row. As a matter of fact, you oversaw 4 consecutive years of decreased farm income from 2012 to 2016. As I meet with producers across the 21 counties I represent in southern Minnesota, they are worried about a repeat performance with multiple years of decreased income. Yet today you have downplayed farm income falling by 27%. Maybe you can stand to lose 27% of your income, Mr. Secretary, but the farmers I represent cannot. My producers are dealing with compounding effects of increased input costs, interest rates, supply chain challenges, and burdensome regulations, creating a highly leveraged financial environment in farm country. The hypocrisy of this administration knows no bounds, and a prime example is your shifting positions on the ideal farm size in less than a decade. Every one of us that is not a farmer because we have farmers. We delegate the responsibility of feeding our families to a relatively small percentage of this country. If you look at 85% of what is grown in this country, it is raised by 200 to 300,000 people. That is less than 1/10 of 1% of America. Those are your words from a 2016 congressional hearing, Mr. Secretary. Yet in your testimony today, you coldly dismiss these same family farms, who are the backbone of their rural communities as they work every day to feed and fuel the world. In the last 8 years, you seem to have forgotten that the small number of producers you now demonize are responsible for 80% of the production. All Americans and members of Congress should want to help small producers. I just think you don't have much appreciation for the operations that provide a majority of the food in this country with tight margins and greater risk. Farmers have continued to produce more with less by adopting innovation and increasing efficiencies, not because the government tells us to do it, but to remain competitive, to take care of our land, and to pass our farms down to the next generation. As farmers do every day for planning purposes, I did some back-of-the-napkin math. Effective reference prices are $4.01 for corn, $9.26 for soybeans. December corn is $4.67, and November soybeans are $11.62. If we look at that break-even, it's about $5.10 for corn, $12 for soybeans. Doesn't take a mathematician to figure out reference prices as they stand today are really irrelevant. If crop prices were to fall to the level needed to trigger these reference prices and the safety net, farmers would be facing bankruptcy. So due to that fact, crop insurance is the #1 risk management tool we have for farmers to succeed. From working with their lender to making marketing decisions that really help us plan for farming of the future. Moreover, FSA loans, loan size limitations have not kept up with rising prices of farmland and these farm inputs. The current cap makes it more difficult for farmers, especially beginning farmers, to access FSA guaranteed loans for land purchases and operating expenses. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit into the record an October 2023 study prepared by Texas A&M examining farm policy and its impact on farm families.
Without objection.
Mr. Secretary, you closed your testimony today by saying we can continue on the path that this administration has taken that leads us to an even better and stronger rural America. I don't know about you, but if collapsing farm incomes, worsening trade deficits, increased regulatory burdens are your version of a better and stronger rural America, I think most farmers, including myself, would like to find a different path, and quite frankly, we call it hogwash. I will proudly stand up for farmers against the so-called leadership at USDA and across the Biden administration looking to tear them down. Farm and food security is national security, and good farm policy isn't written by D.C. bureaucrats for D.C. bureaucrats. It's written by farmers in rural America for farmers in rural America. So, Mr. Secretary, actions speak louder than words, and your track record speaks for itself. Mr. Chair, I have no questions, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Vilsack, thank you for being here today and for your testimony. Thank you for what you and the department do for our farmers, our farm workers, our ranchers, our ranch hands, and our ranch managers. I just want to make it clear that agriculture doesn't happen without the workers. And that's not just the owners, but that's the folks that are working the lands. Expanding access to nutrition programs in New Mexico is one of my top priorities. And New Mexico has the highest participation in SNAP in the nation. 1 in 4 New Mexicans rely on programs such as SNAP and WIC to have the basic nutrition to go to work and go to school. Children and families are hungry in our state, and they need food to thrive. Now, the irony in this, Secretary, is that we work hard. We wake up early. We put food on the table for the rest of the nation, and yet we are the ones who need these food assistance programs the most. We struggle with food insecurity. 1 in 5 children in my district faces hunger. And without access to this critical nutrition, parents cannot focus on going to work or going to school. Now, I recently heard from Sophia, a mother in Las Cruces, who goes to school while working full-time to ensure she can feed her family. Since the expanded SNAP benefits expired, she struggled to feed her family while continuing her education. So it's clear to me that SNAP and WIC, when it comes to the entire equation of feeding our nation, are critical to strengthening food security for this country and strengthening our families. Secretary Vilsack, what more could we do to make sure that families like Sophia's, who are directly in charge of being the next generation of folks who are putting food on our tables, can have food security in one of the poorest states in the country?
Well, I think, first of all, making sure that you're adequately funding the WIC program you mentioned. To the extent that that WIC program is underfunded, that would mean fewer people would be able to access it. I think, secondly, making sure that, that there are not restrictions on the SNAP program that would make it more difficult for people to qualify or more difficult for people to get the benefit that they need to provide a supplemental assistance. I think, third, making sure that states understand the importance of taking steps to ensure that those who are qualified for the program actually participate. Unfortunately, sometimes there are circumstances and situations where states don't make a concerted effort to sign people up or to get people to participate in the program. And then I would say, in addition, making sure that the states that you are most concerned about are fully and completely focused on implementation of the summer EBT program, which is going to provide additional resources to families who have free and reduced lunch children in school. I would say those are pretty significant opportunities as well to provide help.
Thank you, Secretary. And I will just say one of the things that I've enjoyed most about serving on this committee, along with my colleagues on the other side, is the bipartisan committee that we've set up to help modernize the farm worker system that we have for folks in this country, including H-2A and H-2B, of which we should have some recommendations for the rest of our colleagues, but also before your department and the administration that helps some of those both domestic producers and immigrant producers, the folks who are working at these very hard jobs, be able to have the opportunity to put food on the tables of Americans. So thank you for that. The other question I have is a little bit different, but you were recently in my district. You were in Albuquerque, South Valley. We were announcing a monumental investment in broadband for rural communities, $40 million for the state of New Mexico. Secretary, how can we make sure that those dollars are being spent in an efficient way that truly delivers the connectivity that rural communities need, including small and medium producers that can now take their businesses online and produce niche products that can help support rural economies? What are the plans for the administration in terms of oversight and administration of these rural broadband dollars?
Well, each of the projects that are awarded resources have a team at USDA that follows the construction, the implementation of the grant to ensure that things are done in a proper way, in a timely way. And so that, I can guarantee that that will take place for every one of the projects that we award resources to. I think the other issue, of course, is that there are other programs outside of USDA that I think are very important to keep an eye on, and that is the resources that are being provided to states and state governors to basically fill in the gaps. Our program primarily is focused on improving the level of service that's available so that people actually have meaningful broadband access. We do serve underserved areas, but we also make sure that the level of service is adequate so that more than one person can be downloading something in a home, for example.
Secretary, thank you for your investment in New Mexico. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, and thanks to Ranking Member Scott for holding the hearing, and thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for being with us today. As time is limited, I'll dive right in. The Tennessee walking horse industry is a special industry that, frankly, is extremely important to my constituents and one that I value personally. Last summer, during a Farm Bill listening session tour that Representative Desjardins and I hosted in Tennessee, I, along with Representative Desjardins, joined by Chairman Thompson and also Representative Jonathan Jackson, visited a walking horse stable facility. The walking horse celebration is a time-honored tradition in Tennessee that began in 1939. Over 2,000 horses compete to be crowned the World Grand Champion, which is always crowned the Saturday night before Labor Day. I see you're writing that down. This year's celebration will be held August 21st through August 31st in Shelbyville, Tennessee. Mr. Secretary, I would like to extend a personal invitation for you to attend this unique event and experience firsthand this longstanding Tennessee tradition. Mr. Secretary, schedule permitting, would you be willing to consider attending this year's celebration?
Be happy. You know, they don't put me in charge of my schedule, Congressman. That would be chaotic if they did. But I'm happy to make sure that folks are aware of your kind invitation, and we'll certainly take it under consideration.
And I invite you because as part of my visits to the celebration in recent years, I've had the opportunity to take a look at what your staff is doing there to inspect the horses, and it's really quite something. The efforts, the lengths that are taken to make sure that these horses are treated humanely and fairly, and so I just think it would be useful to you to see that and then compare and contrast that to what happens elsewhere in the equine industry, the lack of equivalent oversight that's going on with respect to other shows, with respect to other breeds. So I would encourage you to consider coming. I think it would be insightful to you to have a sense for the scope of that inspection process. I want to shift gears. I was extremely alarmed to read the December 20th, 2023 press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Mississippi announcing that a USDA employee named Ella Martin was sentenced to 35 months in prison for using her USDA position to create fraudulent warranty deeds with the intent to deprive the actual owners of the real estate of the use and benefit of their property. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to have the text of the press release entered into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Secretary, what specific policies and procedures has USDA implemented in light of this development to strengthen internal controls and prevent similar fraudulent activity like this from occurring in the future?
Every time something like this occurs, our Inspector General gets engaged and involved and basically gives us activities or steps that could be taken to ensure that that there's not a repeat situation. We obviously are very interested in making sure it doesn't happen again. And so we institute training, we institute new guidance, we institute oversight to make sure that these kinds of activities don't occur on a regular basis.
Mr. Secretary, recently USDA published the Organic Livestock and Poultry Standards Final Rule that sets new standards for organic livestock and poultry production, including standards related to animal welfare for the first time. Previously, the Agricultural Marketing Service stated that the Organic Foods Production Act did not, quote, authorize the animal welfare provisions, close quote. This sudden change in statutory interpretation leads me to believe this action could be interpreted as arbitrary and capricious. Secretary Vilsack, can you further explain why USDA changed their interpretation of this statute?
I think it's important from a brand perspective that we do what we can to ensure that the organic brand remains a high-value brand. I think there's a certain expectation from the consuming public when they pay significantly more for organically produced items that they are produced in an appropriate way. And I think it's a reflection of consumer expectation and what the industry itself is requesting.
Thank you. I appreciate that insight. And I don't think I can make it through this question, so I think I'll just yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Ohio.
Thank you, Chairman
Brown.
Thompson, and thank you for holding this hearing today. And Secretary Vilsack, thank you for being here. It's great to see you again. We are months past our original deadline to get the Farm Bill done, and now just months away from our new deadline. As been mentioned by my colleagues, it's been 6 months since our last full hearing in this committee, and I, too, am glad that we are getting back to business because it is past time to get serious. So, Secretary Vilsack, as ranking member of the General Farm Commodities Risk Management and Credit Subcommittee, I appreciate the emphasis in your testimony on small and mid-sized farming, because we know that our traditional farm programs need to work for everyone, not just the biggest players. Given that the average age of the American farmer is increasing each year, promoting the growth of small, mid-sized, and urban farms is an effective way to bring new, younger faces into the industry. So can you talk more about which of the USDA's efforts for small, mid-sized, and urban farms are specifically targeted to or beneficial for new producers into the agricultural space?
Well, there are a couple. I mean, first of all, we have 17 urban-centered initiatives in 17 cities across the United States to encourage urban agriculture. We have placed a Farm Service Agency office in each one of those 17 cities so that all of the programs that a farmer would have wherever they are located are available to those urban farmers. NRCS is also engaged in providing and ensuring that all of the conservation programs, from hoop houses to extend growing seasons, things of that nature, are available to those urban systems. I think we're also looking at ways in which we can promote market opportunities. That's why we invest in farmer market promotion programs. It's why we have our local agricultural marketing effort, which provides resources to farmers to value add if they produce a product. It's why we are focused on ensuring local food purchasing agreements, where when states purchase product for food banks or for schools, they are doing business with local, small, mid-sized producers. It's why we track that information. It's why we are also using our emergency resources, our emergency food assistance resources, to funnel into that local and regional food system. And the reason for it is simple. When you go to the grocery store, the farmer gets roughly 15 cents of every food dollar that's spent. The net of that is about 7 cents to the farmer. But when they sell it to a local, direct-to-consumer opportunity, they can get 50 to 75 cents of the food dollar. So it's a way of helping those small and mid-sized operators have a market that's more designed for their capacities. So there's research that's also we're investing in. There are systems to help those farmers transition to organic and a high-value proposition if they are interested in that. We also have a local and regional food system, a set of 12 centers across the country that are providing the assistance and help to those who want to establish a local and regional food system. So there's a multitude of efforts underway to help folks regardless of where they're located.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to touch on the topic of food assistance, particularly because there are more than 82,000 households reliant on SNAP benefits within my district, representing one of the largest concentrations in the country. When it comes to this upcoming farm bill, there has been a lot of noise about the Thrifty Food Plan. Specifically, some Republicans have suggested we hold future reevaluations of the Thrifty arbitrarily cost neutral in an effort to save money. So, Secretary Vilsack, what would the theoretical impacts be to holding the Thrifty to the cost of the 2021 plan for another 20, 30, or 40 years? And most importantly, how would it impact SNAP recipients?
Well, I believe that essentially it would result in us getting a benefit, as was the case in waiting 45 years to do what we did recently, that inadequately, if you will, meets the requirements and the modern-day needs of a family. I think what we found when we redid the SNAP Thrifty Food Plan consistent with the 2018 Farm Bill was that the information that we were funneling into the system was not aligned with what was actually happening in the real world. And that's why we used real-world data, real-world examples and information to better inform the system, and that's why Congress directed us to do that. And it resulted in a 20-some% increase in the overall floor of SNAP.
Well, thank you. It is clear in the upcoming Farm Bill, two essential objectives must be met. We must strive to both strengthen and expand our longstanding agricultural programs while simultaneously ensuring the protection of our nation's critical nutrition assistance. So I really hope my Republican colleagues are listening and will join Democrats in putting producers and people over politics. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now, please recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Congresswoman Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. As you know, Texas is one of 3 states that grows and mills sugarcane. And I'm proud to say that in my district, Texas 15, which is deep South Texas, where McAllen, Texas is, the sugar industry provides good jobs and it provides economic opportunity and growth for our community. Unfortunately, it has been incredibly challenging for our sugar mills in our area due to the lack of water. This is in large part caused by the 1944 water treaty with Mexico. Are you familiar with that water treaty?
I'm not specifically familiar with that specific treaty. I'm familiar with the water.
Let me share with you how important this treaty is. This treaty, and under this treaty, Mexico is supposed to give United States farmers 350,000 acre-feet of water every year. Mexico has failed to do this. I'm proud to tell you that I stand with my farmers and ranchers and have worked in a bipartisan manner to pass a House resolution that had overwhelming bipartisan support. And what that House resolution did was ask Mexico to give us our water that is so deeply, deeply needed. We are in the 4th year of a current 5-year cycle where Mexico is deficient over 760,000 acre-feet of water. This is simply unacceptable, and it's causing lots of harm and hurt to our farmers and ranchers in our area. Given the current water situation, the farmers, that's really out of our farmers' control, we are suffering right now deficiencies in water, which is basically having the farmers sow less crop than what they are able to send. What I'm asking you to do today is to help us in South Texas, help our farmers and ranchers, because our sugar mill companies in South Texas are saying that due to this lack of water, they're going to have to close. Let me ask you this. How do you feel about knowing that there are sugar mills in South Texas that are about to close due to this lack of water?
Well, I think it's important for us to have a focus on this issue of water, not just specifically for the sugar mills, but for farmers and ranchers and producers across the United States, and particularly in the western part of the U.S. It's one of the reasons why we established our Western Water Initiative, which I probably should make sure your staff is aware of, if they aren't already, which is really focused on sustaining agricultural productivity, taking a look at ways in which we can protect both surface water and groundwater, restoring rangelands and forest lands in terms of water utilization, and responding to disruptions.
I'm going to reclaim my time,
Sure.
Mr. Secretary, because it's such an important issue. And like my colleague across the aisle said, we don't want to play partisan politics with our farmers and ranchers. Food security is national security. And I would like your commitment to stand with me and our farmers and ranchers and meet with and talk with Secretary Blinken about Mexico's lack of abiding to the 1944 treaty. Can I have your commitment to stand with the ranchers and farmers and speak to Secretary Blinken about this treaty?
I'm happy to take a look and learn more about this and get back to you, Congresswoman. I think that's fair.
Thank you. I greatly, greatly appreciate it, and my office will follow up with you on this important topic. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Congresswoman Tokuda, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mahalo, Mr. Chair. And first of all, Secretary Vilsack, just a big thank you to the USDA for all the responses that have come forth as a result of the wildfires in Lahaina. I know you have not been able to come and visit yet, but please, we welcome you to do so. You know, we had significant damage, over 6,300 acres burned and razed as a result of the fire. We lost heads of cattle, equipment, you know, $23 million in damage. It may not seem like a lot in some communities, but it's very big for ours. So again, thank you, but we do know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, a lot more funding for disasters. After Lahaina, we have seen so much more, and so we need to start funding these efforts so that you and your teams can do good work in the community. The hard part about going almost last is a lot of questions have been asked already, so I'll try to jump to some different ones that have not been touched on yet. I wanted to talk a little bit about our need to continue our ongoing commitment to the 1890 and 1994 land-grant universities. As you know, I remain committed and concerned about access to scholarship and resources for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander students. And I know we've discussed this, Mr. Secretary, before when you spoke to our Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. However, I reiterate the need for Congressman Zablon's AANHPISI Opportunity Act, of which I'm an original co-sponsor. And so what is your position on establishing grants to support Asian American and Pacific Islander-centered agricultural research and scholarships for AANHPI students, and what steps has the department taken to support AANHPI farmers as well?
We've included those students in our Next Gen initiative, which is designed to provide resources to minority-serving institutions across the board, to fund scholarships, internships, fellowships, and things of that nature. That's $262 million from the American Rescue Plan that's been circulated or provided in a series of grants. We've also made sure that our Office of Partnership, basically, as it administers the Scholars Program, ensures that it is administered in a holistic way. And I think you'll see that there are actually more grants and more scholarships that have been awarded recently.
Thank you for that. And I would just reiterate as well, and we've spoken about this before, that as we do outreach to these particular communities, we need to be conscious about the best way and most effective way to reach out to them. Oftentimes, too, considering language access and barriers, that may be particular issues, cultural barriers as well. And so to the extent that that can be aggressively integrated into your outreach so we can make sure that those individuals, those students have access, able to participate actively, I would appreciate that.
We have a very extensive process now where we're trying to convert a lot of our information to multiple languages to make sure that information is more readily available to a broader scope of individuals.
Thank you. And somewhat along those lines, when I take a look at, and we talk about indigenous agriculture, by the way, if you're able to join us in Hawaii, we can really expose you to some of the uniqueness of Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander traditional farming practices and techniques, crops that for us might be, they're staple crops for us, specialty crops to others. But on this particular issue, I often see in my home state and my district how challenging it can be for my producers, including Native Hawaiian producers, to access USDA programs in the first place. Mr. Secretary, underrepresented and underserved producers have been calling on the department to pilot a navigator program to help them navigate USDA's systems and processes for some time now. What's your position on the need for and the effectiveness of such a pilot program to be able to connect up our farmers, ranchers, and producers with the support and help that's available and they need, but is right now very inaccessible to them in the way it's being offered?
Well, both the Farm Service Agency Office and the NRCS have engaged in the signing of a series of cooperative agreements similar to what you've outlined. Farm Service has over 30 of these agreements. NRCS has over 100 of them with organizations and entities designed to provide outreach to historically underserved producers, to make sure that they are aware of programs and to help guide them through whatever the application process needs to be. So that's already taking place in both of those agencies.
I would humbly suggest, and I'm glad to see that these cooperative agreements are in place, but for many of us that represent communities with high populations, for example, I'm specifically talking about AANHPI communities, let's just make sure that the individuals we are actually contracting with, that the method in which we are outreaching to them through these individual groups are the most effective possible. So welcome further communication with you on this, because at the end of the day, I want to make sure my farmers, ranchers, and producers can actually engage with the USDA in a meaningful way. I have a number of other questions relating to natural disasters and rural health. I know, Chair, an interest you and I both share in terms of making sure that food is viewed as medicine and we can help our rural communities, so we'll submit that for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentlelady. Now, pleased to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte, for 5 minutes of questioning.
A big thank you. Thank you to the Secretary.
Thank you.
I had just a month ago best of breed growers in my district, very established farm families, almond, walnut, wine grape growers, diversified, long-term families, call me into a meeting with bankers talking about a farm liquidity crisis, a farm borrowing crisis in the Central Valley. Almond prices have been low for a long time. Pistachios, walnuts are through the floor. Wine grapes are in an entire glut right now, greatly due to a lack of exports. But nonetheless, anything you can do, Mr. Secretary, with the Consumer Protection Financial Bureau, or Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, to loosen the screws a little bit on ag lending is going to be very, very important. Anything you can do with the farm credits to make sure that ag lenders can get their growers through this crisis. Because if you look at the aggregate numbers, American farm values and ag revenues are down tens of billions of dollars in the last couple of years. In specialty crops in California, a lot of these high export crops, it's disproportional pain. And so please look at ag lending, look at farm liquidity. It's a crisis. The crisis stems greatly from trade deals, from trade. And not necessarily, lack of trade deals, yes, there's a lot we can do there. But the retaliatory agricultural tariffs from China, India, and Turkey, those are the big pieces of the pie chart, are really what's causing, in my opinion, the agricultural crisis today. The commodity gluts, the low prices, and the low farm returns. I'm carrying a bill, but I believe you have it within your power to look at the Commodity Credit Corporation. My bill is called Foreign Retaliatory Agricultural Tariff Supplement. Simply use the Commodity Credit Corporation fees instead of some of the other programs that are elevating farmers under low prices to simply supplement back the retaliatory ag tariffs being put on farm exports. If we export almonds, it's a 25% tariff to China. Supplement that back to the exporter, get it down to the grower, and that would alleviate the gluts that are killing farm returns right now today. And so I'd very much like to connect with you or anybody in your trade group on a FRAT's proposal. We just won a 5-year World Trade Organization lawsuit against China's retaliatory ag tariffs, and those ag tariffs are still in place, and they're really crushing on American agriculture. So I'd invite you to look at that. I also want to look at, I've worked in some plant biotechnology over the years. Gene editing is a brave new frontier in plant biotech and plant improvement and solving a lot of the long-term sustainability problems and challenges that we have in growing crops, especially clonal crops like grapes and almonds, where it's not easy to breed new seed each year. There are people, you've got a Undersecretary for Market Services, Jenny Moffat, in your group, who I'm getting a lot of feedback on is really restricting the types of CRISPR editing that can be done in plants and still qualify under the biopesticide exclusions. It's really not the realm of USDA to be delving into these biopesticide exclusions. That's really an EPA area. But I'd invite you to take a look at that and make sure that America maintains its leadership in plant biotechnology, especially in the CRISPR gene editing area. It's incredibly important. I think 37 Nobel laureates just signed a joint letter encouraging the EU to maintain leadership in this field. I'd hate to see America give up our leadership in biotechnology, which we've established over many years. And fourth, I'm not letting you talk much today, but you've had a lot of that. At least I'm not breaking your chops too hard. The fourth thing I'd want to talk about is the crop insurance and using the example of the citrus producers in California as a case. We've had the Oriental and the Queensland fruit flies infest California citrus, causing huge marketing problems with our crop, huge movement problems within our fresh crop and citrus. And I really want to make sure that our crop insurance programs allow for marketability losses due to exotic pest infestations and disease infestations, as well as catastrophic weather events and other losses. These things cost farmers the same loss of returns and revenue as catastrophic weather events, and they're often, almost all the time, out of the control of the farmers themselves. Thank you for listening. I'm sure you'll have something to say for the next person. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now I'm pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, Congresswoman Craig, to wish her a very happy birthday to begin with. And
What a way to spend a birthday. This is fantastic.
there you go.
Thank you, Mr.
Ain't
Secretary,
better.
for making
And-
my birthday.
And for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Secretary Vilsack. It's a great honor to be here with you on my birthday. So, from your own visit to Minnesota 2 weeks ago to Deputy Secretary Torres Small's visit in 2021, I know that you and your team at USDA have been great partners in working to support family farmers and rural economies in Minnesota and across the country. So thank you for that partnership. I know you've put some miles on yourself over the last 3 years, and we appreciate your dedication to family farmers. I've got a few questions. I won't let you get off as easy as my colleague there, so I'm going to get right to it. First of all, we have a unique opportunity in front of us to get sustainable aviation fuel off the ground and in places like my district and in rural America into this emerging market that we fought for in the Inflation Reduction Act. I know you're enthusiastic, and I want to thank you so much for your support of renewable fuels over the years and for your championship of SAF. It does not go unnoticed by my family farmers and by myself. However, it's frustrating to hear that there's still some uncertainty about the updated GREET model. I know the President has a goal of hitting 35 billion gallons of SAF by 2050, which is laudable, yet we're still waiting on a determination from the Interagency Working Group on GREET modeling. So let me just push you here. How have the discussions been in that Interagency Working Group to update the model? And can we expect those updates to be announced on March 1st as originally directed in the December guidance from Treasury? And if not, when should we expect them?
Conversations have been positive in terms of expanded access to feedstocks to produce SAF, and I'm confident that there is a genuine desire on the part of all the agencies and the White House to meet that March 1st deadline.
Excellent. That's a great answer. Thank you. I know that you'll see this soon, but I'm leading a bipartisan bicameral letter with 25 of my colleagues on the issue. It'll be sent to members of the working group at the end of the day today. And please know that there are American farmers that have been unable to scale up their production because they're waiting on this guidance, and we certainly are looking forward to it, and hopefully by that March 1st timeline. My second question is about the Grassland Conservation Reserve Program, CRP. We know it is an absolute critical program that supports farmers and the work that they do to sustain the lands that they farm, and thank you for your remarks in your opening statement there. My home state of Minnesota is 8th in the country for the number of acres enrolled and 3rd in annual rental payments for the program. So I know there's an ongoing conversation about turning CRP into a dollar-based program. Given the rising costs of land, how do you foresee this impacting CRP's effectiveness if that happened?
What's interesting about the grassland part of the CRP program is we're now at a record level of enrollment. There's a lot of activity and a lot of interest in the grassland, and we've continually seen that each year in terms of the sign-up. There's still robust interest in CRP, and I would anticipate and expect that's going to continue. I think there will be an interesting intersection of climate-smart activities and ecosystem service markets and the potential opportunities for CRP to be integrated into that system. But I think right now we're excited about the opportunities, and we continue to see a lot of interest in it. And we are sensitive to making sure that the rental rates are in a situation where they don't necessarily encourage or discourage the use of productive farmland for productivity and non-productive land for going into CRP.
I think I have just enough time to sneak in one more question. I know the Farm Bill is on top of everybody's mind. It's certainly on mine as well, and that American ag is at a crossroads. It's just essential that we continue to improve the farm safety net. What should legislators be keeping in mind as we look to strengthen the farm safety net in the Farm Bill from your perspective, Secretary Vilsack?
Well, I think the challenge is to find the resources to strengthen the safety net without necessarily jeopardizing the capacity of nutrition assistance to do what it needs to do, and without taking resources away from conservation, which benefits a broad array of producers. I think that's the challenge, and I think there's a creative way to do that that doesn't necessarily limit SNAP and doesn't necessarily take money from the IRA. I think that's the key.
I couldn't agree with you more. And with that, Mr. Secretary, thank you, and I yield back.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady for sharing her birthday with us today. And please recognize a gentleman from Iowa, Representative Nunn, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary of Agriculture, for being with us today. Unfortunately, we are talking to farmers who are facing larger than expected year-to-year losses. In fact, a drop in net income in 2024 alone. This is one of the largest drops of nearly $40 billion that everyday farmers across the country are facing. In fact, it's down 25% just from last year. So let's get directly to it. Look, the reality is that taxpayers have invested over $500 million in the expansion of biofuels, and I appreciate my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Congresswoman Craig. We've worked together on this issue, but at the same time, taxpayers under this administration have also put $40 billion into electric vehicle infrastructures through the Inflation Reduction Act. So let's begin here. Our home state of Iowa. Biofuels produced in our home state provide Americans with cheaper and cleaner fuel. Mr. Secretary, we could both agree to that. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it true that biofuels reduce greenhouse gas emissions and have a lower carbon footprint when compared with traditional fuels?
Yes.
Do you believe that America's energy independence is a priority for national security?
Sure.
So here we are in a situation where we are now putting $40 billion directly into a competition of an electric vehicle system that directly funds one of our key competitors, that of China. Are you aware of the fact that China uses child slave labor for the production and elicitation of a number of the critical minerals necessary to build batteries?
That's why we're focused on investing in battery production here in the U.S.
But we haven't done that yet.
Well, we
so
are
here,
doing it.
Mr. Secretary, I'd like to talk about where some of our additional competition comes from, and that's in our export markets. When we talk about foreign competitors, let's talk about Brazil. You know, last year, the U.S. exported 1,600 million bushels of corn. Additionally, the U.S. exported 1.25 billion gallons of ethanol to that same market. But, Mr. Secretary, it's not also true that Brazil has increased their tariffs on U.S. ethanol 18% last year?
That is true.
And as a result, the United States is now importing nearly 40 million bushels.
I don't know what the exact number is, but I'm sure you do.
It certainly makes it harder for Iowa farmers when we're competing in a tariff-involved environment. I would ask the administration to look into this and be able to push back on our competitors, not just Brazil, but around the world.
And we do. We do.
Mr. Secretary, would you also agree that a lack of access to global markets is harming the U.S. biofuel industry?
No, I wouldn't agree with that because we've
So
actually,
us not being able to sell to foreign countries is not harming U.S. farmers?
We actually are seeing an increase in activity on the export side of biofuels. We've seen it in Japan. Japan recently.
Not nearly enough to make up for what we're losing in markets like Brazil,
Your question suggested
Africa.
that we weren't doing any of that, and that's just not accurate.
You know, Mr. Secretary, there are 87,000 farmers in our home state. The average farmer is 57. In fact, most of those farmers are approaching an age where they're going to be over 70 years old. We don't expect any other industry to have to not only have a 25% loss in revenue over last year without providing some on-ramps and some incentives from our own federal government. So here's what I'd like to ask of us. Please join with this committee, as we've done in the Farm Bill, to provide on-ramps for new farmers, non-traditional farmers, veteran farmers. These are things that not only help grow Iowa's economy, but help keep us competitive around the world. And I'll also say that some of the conservation practices that are coming out of Iowa are a model not only for the U.S., but are ones that the USDA could learn from. And right now, working with USDA, while I appreciate the individual groups, is a top-down only approach. And I see some folks in the audience today with past Goldie's Act. USDA has consistently fallen short in enforcing puppy mills in Iowa, now ranked as one of the worst in the country. In fact, our local law enforcement have asked USDA for support, and time again, they've made it difficult. That's part of what's in this Farm Bill. So, Mr. Secretary, as we work together on a Farm Bill, I hope that your agency and this committee continues to listen to Iowa farmers who are leading the charge in this, not just in biofuels, but in our best practices across the board. And so, Mr. Secretary, I'll end where we started here. When it comes to what this administration is committed to and you have done, is this effort for year-round E15 that you committed to this committee last year going to be ready in 2024?
I think we're going to have E15 year-round. I don't know what year. I don't know if it's 2024 or 2025. If it's 2025, I'm reasonably confident that we'll see access to E15.
You know what? I appreciate that,
Let me
Mr.
finish.
Secretary, but the
Let me
reality has
finish. Let
been
me
you've
finish,
consistently
Congress. Let me
promised
finish.
this, and here we
No,
are
no.
years in the making.
No.
No, I have 8 seconds left, and I just want to highlight this, Mr. Secretary. It is important that not only do we work together, but we follow through on our commitments
We
that
are
we make to
following
Iowa
through.
farmers.
We are following
With that,
It's-
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
It's not fair to mischaracterize what we're doing here, Congressman. That's not fair. That's
Mr.
not
Secretary,
Iowa. I'll tell you what, that's not what we do in
2024,
Iowa.
you made that commitment that we would be able to be E15 year-round. Is that
Well,
correct?
We are going to.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Year-round. We are.
You just told me 2025 or sometime in the future.
Well, we will be E15. And I'll tell you, we're the best administration for ethanol in the history of this country, and I can guarantee.
That's only because of Iowa farmers and others who have led the charge on this, and I'm glad you're responsive to them, but that is a huge
Gentleman's
part.
time
Let's
has
give credit to the
expired.
farmers
I'll
on this. Thank you.
Recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Congresswoman Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got it nice and chilly in here for you, Secretary Vilsack, so you guys had to heat it up. Thanks for being here again to talk to us. It's no surprise. You already know what I'm going to ask about. But before I begin my questions, I just want to make note of the fact that we saw a chart earlier from the Republicans that showed that their cost neutrality plan would not cut SNAP benefits. I think it is pretty basic math to say that as more people are accessing these programs and it's growing, if we are not continuing to invest in them, that is in essence cutting SNAP benefits. You can call it whatever you want. But we pulled data from the CBO's May baseline that refutes that account. So I have another chart that I would like to introduce into the record to show that if we keep the Thrifty Food Plan cost neutral, this is the Republicans' plan, this is the Democrats' plan. Benefits will be decreased. I'd like to enter that into the record, Mr. Chair.
Without objection.
Thank you. Secretary Vilsack, as you know, SNAP is the leading anti-hunger program in the nation, and according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the program reduces food insecurity by 30%. I've heard several times in this hearing that food is national security, so I would hope that we would be trying to feed more people, not less, here in America. And to do that, we've heard a lot about the data and how it's collected. SNAP administrators provide application assistance, answer client questions, and offer verification guidance for SNAP applicants. Throughout the pandemic, as you mentioned earlier, there was lots of flexibility, and SNAP administrators were stretched beyond capacity as they worked to ensure families were fed. Now, as we're looking at how do we improve these programs, as of April 2023, states and towns struggled to fill over 833,000 open positions for the employees who actually do this work. I have concerns about that because I don't want us to look at the program as ineffective or inefficient because of staffing or administrative concerns. So, Secretary Vilsack, what have you heard from state agencies about obstacles to recruiting and retaining SNAP administrators?
I think most of the agencies have asked for some kind of relaxation, and the concern is we're providing $5.7 billion to states across the country to administer these programs. And I think it's important and necessary for them to do what they need to do to be able to recruit the staff necessary to administer these programs properly without necessarily cutting corners, because when you cut corners, it risks the integrity of the program. So we're encouraging folks to get back to normal business. We appreciate the importance of flexibility, but there is I think there's a balance between flexibility and making sure that the resources we're providing them are being used adequately and appropriately to staff these programs.
I couldn't agree more. Last week, I introduced the SNAP Administrators Retention Act, which would allow states to receive 100% of the costs associated with hiring and retaining staff to run these programs. Additionally, it aligns the wages of the state SNAP administrators with federal wages. These are common sense solutions to improve access to SNAP, prevent backlogs, and feed real people. Secretary Vilsack, on February 8th, the USDA sent letters to states, including my state of Connecticut, expressing concern about the decline in several key benchmarks of state administration of SNAP. I heard you say earlier people don't know about the benefits, they don't have access to them, they're not really sure how to go about getting them. Can you please elaborate on how the Food and Nutrition Service plans to collaborate with states to improve program efficiency?
We continue to provide technical assistance to states as they grapple with particular issues. We also have the Employment and Training Program, the SNAP Education Program. There's a variety of ways in which we are providing assistance to states in the administration of this program. The challenge, I think, is that some states basically they're not as aggressive as they need to be to make sure that people who qualify for the program actually sign up for the program. So we basically keep track, and if we see somebody that's below par, we basically encourage them to step up their activities. Sometimes it's with seniors, sometimes it's with language issues, sometimes it's just making sure that the word gets out and you don't create too many barriers to participation.
Well, thank you for that. And like you, I agree that the government does work. We can make it work. I can tell you when a storm hits and FEMA comes, people are happy to see the government. I have a piece of legislation closing the college hunger gap, which does exactly that. When students apply for a FAFSA, they would know if they were eligible for a program like SNAP. And it's one government. We have the ability to communicate across agencies, and I think we could do a better job of doing that. Thank you so much for your time today. Ms. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now please recognize the gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Baird, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for being here today. My first question deals with getting some idea where you think you are in drafting the implementation of the Sustains Act. That's a public-private partnership program that'll bring private dollars into the conservation program. So where do you think we are on that issue?
I've had a number of conversations with individuals in the investment bank world that would potentially be interested in promoting additional conservation investments. And we're providing opportunities for them to understand the various programs. I think there is some interest in this, and I think it's also reflected in participation in the Climate Smart Commodity Partnership Initiative. We have a broad array of food interests, retail interest, nonprofit interest, as well as foundation interest in that program.
Excuse me. In continuing on in that vein, so to speak, the IRA conservation funding is limited to practices that are climate smart, which we've mentioned here earlier, as defined by USDA staff, and that makes roughly 30 to 70% of the conservation practices ineligible in some states for IRA conservation funding. And from my vantage point, this removes the locally led, producer-first nature of these programs and allows USDA staff in Washington, D.C. to choose which natural resource concerns can be addressed in Indiana or elsewhere. So, Mr. Vilsack, since IRA funding is limited to climate-smart practices, how can you ensure that the locally led nature of conservation programs won't be lost? And how important is the locally led component of conservation programs?
I don't think that's. I don't think they're being lost, Congressman. I think we're seeing tremendous interest and participation by farmers and ranchers and producers across the board. That's why these programs have all been oversubscribed. We've literally have thousands of applications for the resources that are available above and beyond the resources that are available. So there's tremendous interest in this. So I don't think we're leaving anybody behind in this process. And I think people at the local level are fully engaged. Additional resources are going into personnel and cooperative agreements to get the word out. We're very pleased with the way in which the countryside has responded to this.
I think that's an important issue, the fact that the locals participate and have input into the kind of programs they're interested in. And I think we need to make sure we carry that on through and follow up on that kind of activity. So thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Now please recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Thank you so much for coming before the House Agriculture Committee today. I would like to first amplify that in rural North Carolina and rural America, we continue to rely greatly on rural development, in particular, new fire trucks, getting those out into communities, that often rely heavily on volunteer departments. Telehealth services, that's huge for our rural communities. Also looking at ways to continue to help with economic support to small businesses. So I just wanted to continue to lift that up. Where I would like to spend a little bit more time today is in particular looking and talking about broadband. Broadband, in terms of the long-term success of eastern North Carolina and much of rural America, depends on access, making affordable access. My question is, can you provide insight into the challenges that remain in bridging the digital divide, and especially as we're talking getting this out into rural communities?
Well, I think the challenge is making sure that, first and foremost, the states do the job of utilizing the resources that are now being made available to them under the bipartisan infrastructure law to expand access to broadband in areas that currently are underserved or are unserved. Secondly, I think it's important for us to make sure that as we are expanding access, that we're doing it in a way that is meaningful broadband access, that it provides the kind of uploads and download speeds that will allow a family, for example, to have the ability to have somebody download more than one person at a time. I think it's important as well that we continue to fund, and you mentioned telemedicine, distance learning, that we continue to fund the tools that will allow institutions to utilize this expanded access to broadband in a way that it then expands educational opportunities or healthcare opportunities in small and remote areas. And then finally, I think we're going to continue to look at the technology necessary to make sure that it gets to the most remote of areas. Sometimes it's not physically or financially feasible to have particular technologies. And then there's a workforce issue and making sure that we have an adequate number of people who are qualified to install and to maintain these systems. So it's a combination of all of that.
And Mr. Secretary, as a follow-up here, do you have any sense of a time in which we'll see significant coverage across rural America?
Well, I can tell you that based on the recent survey that we concluded and published yesterday, we've seen an increase in access among American farms and ranches. About 78% of farms and ranches report basically access to broadband, and that's up from 75%. I think you're going to see rather dramatic increases over the course of the next 3 to 5 years as the resources that have been made available under the infrastructure law are fully obligated and ultimately result in the construction and implementation. I mean, you're seeing it now with our Reconnect program. We've basically gotten resources out the door. There are over 100 projects that we have announced awards for that are moving forward. You're going to see progress on those. And I think you're going to see states aggressively use the resource that's now available to them under the Commerce Department and the FCC's efforts.
Okay. And Mr. Secretary, I have another question. The issue of hunger, in particular in the military, has been receiving a lot of attention lately in the recent months, thanks to the tireless work of advocates and organizations on the ground. When I look at the 2022 National Defense Authorization Act, it included a new basic needs allowance for lower-income service members, which will help to address the issue. It is reaching less service members than we would hope. But my question to you, are there any steps in particular that USDA or Congress you believe should take in order to address food insecurity, in particular with our military families?
We have an ongoing effort with the Department of Defense to institute this program and to make sure that families are aware of the capacity to qualify for these programs. I'd like the opportunity, Congressman, to get back to you with what recommendations the folks who have been working directly with the Department of Defense have about any improvements to the effort. Obviously, we're deeply concerned about making sure that those who serve us that they can fully utilize the programs that we have. So let me get back to you.
Thank you. And yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now please recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Vilsack, I appreciate you being here once again as we continue to craft an effective farm bill that supports our family farmers and reduces the regulatory burdens of this administration. But before I get into that, I want to bring to your attention an issue that is still impacting my district in rural upstate New York. As you may recall, just about a year and a half ago, in December of 22, Winter Storm Elliott ravaged my district in western New York and across the southern tier. And this was a once-in-a-generation storm that brought unprecedented blizzard-like conditions and sub-zero temperatures to the western New York community. Winter Storm Elliott also wreaked havoc on the dairy industry, resulting in the closure of dairy plants and extensive dumping of milk. Farmers in my district faced the grim reality of being unable to have their milk collected and delivered, compounding an already dire situation. I do recall that USDA set up a milk loss program, and I appreciate the efforts that the department has made with the rollout of milk loss payments to producers in my district. However, I understand there's also a pending component of the program to reimburse cooperative loss. And as you know, dairy cooperatives play a vital role in strengthening and supporting the well-being of family farm operations in my district and nationwide. And with that, Mr. Secretary, I was wondering if you had an update or a timeline that you can share today on when those cooperative losses will be made available and if the department has made any progress on that. I'm interested in anything this committee can do to support you in this effort and help move this along.
Let me get a specific answer to that question, Congressman. As I sit here today, I don't know specifically about the status of that. I thought you were going to ask me about the dairy margin coverage program, and I have a response to that question, but not to this one.
Well, I mean, our farmers have been without payment for, almost a year and a half now, and this is ridiculous. It's concerning to me that, we have had no reimbursement for cooperative losses that have been made at all, and equally troubling is the lack of communication to producers in my district regarding a timeline or updates prior to today's hearing. So it's really important that we get this information to share with our constituents, and it's important to me that, our farmers feel that they've been communicated with. And they've been left in the dark at this point by the department. Our agricultural producers, they're already struggling with this administration's egregious green agenda and the regulatory policies that are causing our energy prices to skyrocket, and it's put farmers' backs against the wall. And this, can also run them right out of business. So all I ask you to do today is to expeditiously use all the tools that the department has to get an answer and get these payments moved forward. And I think that's a very important step for the farmers in my district. Now, moving on to a different topic, Mr. Secretary. Last year, Dr. George Koob, the director of National Institute of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, suggested in an interview that the next version of our dietary guidelines for Americans might change the definition of moderate alcohol consumption to just 2 alcoholic drinks per week for men and women. Now, that would be a dramatic change from the current definition of up to 2 drinks per day for each man and woman, which is included in the DGA's release of December 2020. Does the USDA share Dr. Koob's suggestion that drinking more than 2 beers a day is excessive? And if so, can the USDA point to any new scientific studies released since December 2020 that would justify such a dramatic change in that definition of moderate consumption?
Frankly, our focus on the dietary guidelines is on the dietary guidelines and not things that are necessarily outside or being considered outside of the dietary guidelines. We want to make sure that it's science-based. Whatever is decided needs to be science-based, and that's why you set up a system with experts. You give experts the information. They make decisions based on the preponderance of the evidence. We want to make sure that that system is followed, whether it's alcohol or any other aspect of our diets. We want to make sure it's science-based. That's what I'm committed to doing.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, well, I understand this process is developing the 2025 dietary guidelines. That is well underway right now. I just ask that any recommendation is based on sound science and not the usual regulatory overreach that we've seen by this administration. My additional question, I'm not going to have enough time for. I'm going to submit to you in writing. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Davis, is now recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. And thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for being here today. I'm
very proud and happy to get the chance to serve as the representative for the Kansas 3rd District. And my district is comprised of rural, urban, suburban, exurban. It's a pretty diverse district, and I do think we have we serve as an excellent example of the critical role that USDA plays in, frankly, in every community across the country. You know, Kansas farmers and producers, in my view, are some of the best in the world, and would love actually to extend an invitation for you to come and visit us to see some of the innovative and certainly important work that they're doing out there. In addition to my role on the Agriculture Committee, I also serve on the Small Business Committee and Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. And through those roles, I really have had the chance to work on supply chain issues from quite a few different angles. Strengthening the agriculture supply chain is important for all Americans, particularly for our farmers and producers as they are providing food for folks. And I know that the USDA is doing a lot of work on this. There's tons of USDA employees who have taken steps to strengthen our agriculture supply chains as we recover from some of the recent challenges we've been seeing. And I'm particularly grateful for some of the USDA food inspectors and the folks who are taking the time to make sure that meat and poultry processing are happening in a safe and effective way. So I want to say that, you know, the progress that we've seen, which is a testament to the hard work of producers, processors, truckers, you know, the intermodal workers, so many different people, we haven't seen the grocery costs that folks are dealing with come down for consumers in the way that, frankly, a lot of people need and would depend on. You know, it remains a top concern for a lot of folks in my district, high grocery costs. And I did get the chance to discuss this with Deputy Secretary Torres Small this past fall, and would love to hear from you about some of the specific actions that USDA has been taking to increase the resilience of the agriculture supply chains to help bring down those costs for folks.
Well, let me give one example. Initiative that we're working with the Department of Transportation to make sure that we are doing a good job of understanding the flow and deciding or identifying where there may be barriers in the supply chain and the flow of goods from here to there that create additional cost or additional disruptions that can result in supply shortages, which in turn result in increased cost. We have an initiative with the Department of Transportation to basically share data and information and analyze that information so we can identify problems. We also have an effort with the Department of Transportation to take a look at the supply of containers so that we know where there may be potential problems with container supply, that we can in turn make sure that adequate containers are available to basically move product. That's one area. Then there's also the area, sometimes we forget the role that a particular disease or problem may result in terms of food costs. I'm thinking about HPAI, the avian influenza, and the impact and effect it has on eggs. When there is an outbreak, when there is an expansion of HPAI for the migratory bird population, well, we're working with the industry to try to figure out ways in which we can minimize that. But when it occurs, egg prices go up because it impacts the supply of eggs. So there are a multitude of challenges with reference to food prices.
Yeah, and I appreciate that that there are a multitude of issues. I do have a couple more questions. I will submit them in writing. And the only thing I would say is I would love to work with you and your team on finding any hiccups that might exist in those interagency, interdepartment agreements that you have when you're looking at things like supply chains. Thank you so much. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Now, please recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I think you'll be glad to know that since we last met here a year ago, I've boned up on pesticides. I am a freshman. I am learning every day about the ag industry and how we can help our farmers, ranchers, producers in Missouri. I've been learning a lot lately about SNAP. And I want to be clear that I truly believe, Mr. Secretary, we live in the greatest nation known to man. If someone is truly hungry, can't work, we should help them on a temporary basis. And I know Representative Moore has touched on the SNAP overpayments, but I want to clarify just a few things with you today, Mr. Secretary. Each day in America, there are $30 million in overpayments in SNAP, $11 billion a year. Do you consider trying to eliminate overpayments, waste, abuse, and fraud as making cuts to the SNAP program or taking food away from those who rightly qualify for the program?
No.
Thank you for that answer. Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program is supposed to be a temporary help for those who are truly in need, and of course we know the N stands for nutrition. Yet the second most common SNAP purchase is sweetened drinks, $680 million, I believe, in 2022. Today, the obesity rate in America is nearly 40%, putting strain on an already stressed Medicare system. So, Mr. Secretary, how do I go home to the 4th Congressional District of Missouri and explain to my constituents and taxpayers there why we are doing this? Why are we funding to worsen the obesity crisis in America?
Well, Congressman, I think you have to kind of dive deep into the utilization of those products. What you're going to find, I think, in many cases is that that is a substitute for caffeine, a less expensive substitute for caffeine, for coffee and tea being more expensive. And many families basically use it for that purpose. What we try to do in the SNAP program is provide education. We try to provide strategies for stretching that food dollar in a way that focuses on proper nutrition without stigmatizing those who are on SNAP.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I in no way want to stigmatize anyone, but clearly the educational portion of this is not working. Our obesity rate is climbing through the roof. We are at a financial crossroads now with Medicare and Social Security, but this obesity issue, I think, can be directly related in part to poor nutrition in America, and part of that because of the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program.
Well, the challenge, I think, is I don't believe you're suggesting this, I hope you're not, that it's only poor people that are obese, or it's only...
No, sir, I am not.
Okay.
No, sir.
Well, then the question then becomes, what can we do as a country, not necessarily stigmatizing or setting aside one group of people, but recognizing the obesity issue is something that's across the income levels, across race, across the entire country.
I do appreciate that.
And
that is a great answer. We've got to focus in on that, but taxpayers should not be paying to make America more obese, in my opinion. Recently, Democrat Representative Jonathan Jackson and Don Davis and I filed the Fair Label Act to ensure consumers are fully informed and know the difference between meat from an animal and protein grown in the lab or a Petri dish. What is the USA doing to inform and protect consumers when it comes to making them aware of what the truth is behind these sources of protein?
We're working on labeling to make sure that they properly represent the product, the characteristics of the product. We're working on labeling, just as we are working on the product of the U.S.
How soon will that come out, sir?
I don't want to give you a specific timeline because I'm not confident as I sit here that I know, but I will certainly get that to you. We are working on it.
Okay,
we are
thank you.
working. I will tell you, though, that our priority is product of the USA. Label, get that through the process because we do recognize people are taking advantage of that label and consumers' expectations are not being met. There's misrepresentation there. We want to make sure that when you go to the grocery store, you see something product of the U.S., you know that everything was done.
Good. Let's work together on that, sir. Finally, should citizens of adversarial nations, including Russia, China, Iran, Cuba, be allowed to purchase any land, including farmland, in the United States of America?
You know, that's a tough question, and I'll tell you why.
You got 20 seconds to answer it.
Well, you know, I'll tell you what. Let me put it this way. It's a tough question. I think the amount of land that's being purchased by those folks is minimal. I think people have this feeling that it's a lot of the land. It's not.
I say
Less-
one outhouse is too many for a
Well,
member of an
it may be-
adversarial nation to buy in our precious sovereign land.
Here's the problem, sir. Here's the problem. You also want to sell product to those people, some of those people. So when I'm talking to the Chinese ag minister, one of the first things he brings up is this whole notion of Syngenta, Arkansas, and so forth. They're our number one customer.
Can you go to Russia and buy land?
Forget Russia. I'm talking about China.
Can you go to China? You can with a sponsor, but they have to have 51%
No, you can't.
sponsorship.
And that's how I responded. But the reality is that
I've gone over my time. I do thank you for being
that's
here.
our number
Thank
one
you.
customer. We have to be sensitive to that.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now please recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Congresswoman Salinas, for 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, and thank you, Secretary Vilsack, for your leadership at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I just want to make a few clarifying points. Given my colleague from Missouri, I think, has some things mistaken. USDA ERS research has actually shown that SNAP participants purchase foods at rates similar to non-participants, and studies that actually track the impact of SNAP on the physical health of those recipients find that it's linked with improved nutritional outcomes, lower healthcare costs, and improved current and long-term health. And nutrition incentives, as I'm sure you're familiar with, or what we call double-up bucks, those provided via GusNIP, are far more effective and productive. And would your agency be willing to discuss how Congress might work together to actually expand those programs?
Absolutely. We're excited about those programs, and we appreciate the money that came from the American Rescue Plan to do so, to expand the programs.
Thank you. Okay, now on to some of my questions for Oregon. Revitalizing rural America is of particular importance to Oregon's 6th district, my district. And since taking office, I've consistently heard from rural towns and communities, as well as local producers and landowners, that all have a similar message. They're finding it really hard to access the resources the federal government has to offer. And really because they may not have the wherewithal to complete complex grant applications or follow up with reporting requirements. Unfortunately, the Rural Partners Network, which was established to help communities with precisely this problem, has not yet expanded to Oregon. And that's part of the reason that I intend to soon introduce the Rural Partnership and Prosperity Act, which was introduced over on the Senate side by Senators Casey and Fisher. The legislation would build on the Rural Partners Network via project and technical assistance grants. Putting that all aside for right now, though, could you just speak to the genesis of the Rural Partners Network and why it's so critical to provide that technical assistance to our rural communities so they can actually access programs intended precisely for them?
You know, that program is really designed and specifically focused on persistently poor areas of the country, areas that have had a high poverty rate for decades. And it's designed to provide sort of intensive care, and a coordinated federal government response to the persistent poverty. We've asked for additional resources from Congress to expand that program. To date, you all have not provided us those additional resources. Having said that, as a second wave of effort, we are expanding significantly the technical assistance grants that we are providing with some of our programs. In other words, we're setting aside resources to create technical assistance for those communities that need that, so that we're trying to expand it that way. We're using cooperative agreements. The other issue that we face is the match requirement. Oftentimes, communities would love to be able to participate, but they get discouraged because of the match requirement. So we're looking at ways in which we can distinguish between communities that are capable of making the match and those that aren't.
Thank you. The Inflation Reduction Act included $100 million for wood innovation grants. Communities throughout Oregon have benefited from these grants, and I've introduced bipartisan legislation to actually increase access to the program. Can you speak to how these grants can help develop markets for forest products, as well as providing your overall evaluation of the success of the program?
Well, it identifies ways in which wood products can be used in creative ways. I think it's one of the reasons we've seen an expansion of the cross-laminated timber or mass timber effort. It started with a grant from one of those programs, and now we have over several hundred, if not over 1,000, of these tall buildings now being constructed in the United States. So we give these grants in order to identify market opportunities in order to be able to showcase how wood can be used creatively. And we're seeing a pretty robust interest in these innovation projects. We're making grants every year, and we're seeing an uptick, if you will, of interest in wood and wood products.
Thank you. And as the ranking member on the Forestry Subcommittee, I'm particularly concerned by the dangers posed by increasingly intense wildfire events. And as was mentioned just several years ago in 2020, my state had its most destructive and deadly wildfire season ever. And I fear unless dramatic investments are made in prevention and mitigation, we will see another catastrophic fire season in Oregon and across the West. As you know, the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act provided significant resources in the form of both new authority and new funding to the Forest Service. Can you speak to how these authorities are better enabling the agency to implement the 10-year strategy to address the wildfire crisis?
We've been able to target and be able to get adequate resources to remove hazardous fuel from fire sheds and from landscapes that we know have high-risk potential.
Thank you.
There's a much more extensive answer to that, but that's the best I can do it.
Thank you, and that's my time. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now please recognize also from Oregon, the Congresswoman Chavez DeRemer for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman. Good to see you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for coming to testify today. I know it's been a long day. I've heard from an alarming number of constituents concerned about illegal vehicular camping occurring with the Deschutes County National Forest in my district. These activities are not only taken away from vital public resources from my constituents, but also leading to lasting environmental damage. Around Phil's Trailhead and along China Hat Road, there have been numerous reports of unsanctioned bonfires, trash dumping and burning, drug usage, dumping of human waste, trespassing onto adjacent private property, as well as violent crime throughout. Not only is there a concern that there is no concrete plan of action to address these concerns, but also I am told that local volunteer organizations that are trying to work with the Forest Service will no longer be deployed due to safety concerns. Do you believe the current citation system is effective, or are stronger enforcement mechanisms needed to ensure that those that are trespassing will be held accountable and stop the damage from getting worse?
Well, I think we need to look into that particular set of issues. I'm more than happy to do that. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. If there needs to be stronger enforcement, we'll obviously take a look at that. But in the meantime, let's figure out what we can do with this specific concern that you've expressed.
So you'll commit to work with my office and the local agencies to find the solutions that are workable for us both. Thank you. I would also like to note that my office is aware of the Northwest Forest Plan Federal Advisory Committee planning session that recently happened in Eugene, Oregon. The FAC was established to bring in different perspectives to amend the National Forest Plan. I would hope that our office would be seen as a partner in any discussions involving our Northwest forest areas and will be involved in any future correspondence. But moving on, it was recently discovered that a Chinese billionaire, now I know my colleague mentioned these about owning foreign ownership of U.S. farmland. After an $85 million purchase and nearly 200,000 acres of timberland in Oregon went unchecked for nearly 10 years. Ownership of U.S. farmland by foreign adversaries not only makes U.S. farmers and ranchers uneasy about our nation's food security, but it also poses serious concerns about the ability for the next generation of farmers to access land and begin farming and ranching for themselves. I heard your answer previously, but Mr. Secretary, do you believe that there are effective enforcement mechanisms existing within the USDA currently to ensure foreign land ownership does not go unchecked, or are more enforcement abilities needed within the USDA or another agency?
More is needed because right now we have a self-reporting system. There are over 3,000 county recorder offices in the country. It is very difficult for USDA to monitor all 3,000 county recorder offices for deeds that are being filed. So I think there is a need for a conversation about precisely how far folks want to go to be able to know what transactions are taking place. Do you want a public database where every transaction of real estate in this country will be funneled into a single database that the federal government will have access to?
Well, certainly to go unchecked, and in this particular case, the purchaser was tied to the Chinese Communist Party, and that's why I questioned that. So I do hope that we can move further on this issue. I have a specific letter in to your office asking that. So let's move on. I want to highlight that in Oregon, wheat growers rely heavily on utilizing the Columbia Snake River system. And as 90% of Oregon wheat is exported and over 60% of all U.S. wheat is transported through the river systems to markets overseas. this transportation method not only is safe and efficient, but it also is cost-effective. Mr. Secretary, if the lower Snake River dams were to be breached and we lose this valuable transportation system, do you believe we will be able to continue to transport this volume of wheat to meet the global market demands?
You know, I think Congress has the ability to determine whether or not a dam is going to be breached, and so you would obviously have the ability to stop that if there was a problem with agriculture.
But do you believe that if this transportation is so valuable, would we be able to continue to transport the wheat volume if those lower Snake dams were removed?
Well, I would assume that you wouldn't let that happen.
I won't have time for this next question on some labor questions, so I'll submit it for the record, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I'll yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. Great to see you again, and glad we've reconvened. Once again, Secretary Vilsack, I am honored to call you the Secretary of Agriculture. I can rest well knowing there's something in Washington that's working exceedingly well, and that's your advocacy on behalf of all of Americans and our food security. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about research has shown that individuals in rural areas and small towns participate in SNAP at higher rates than individuals in urban areas. Additionally, USDA's Economic Research Service recently found that SNAP benefit spending disproportionately increased economic outputs in rural areas when compared to SNAP economic outputs in urban areas. Can you address the misconception that SNAP is a program predominantly utilized in cities and elaborate on how SNAP supports rural communities and combats food insecurity in rural areas?
You know, Congressman, I think there are a lot of misconceptions about SNAP, and I think it stems from who people think are on SNAP. I think people find it surprising that a significant number of people on SNAP are actually working. I think most people outside of those of us who know about the program think that it's all about people that aren't working. In fact, it's people that are working. I think there are the belief that there are a lot of folks who are able-bodied and should be working. The reality is that's a relatively small percentage of the SNAP population. I don't think people realize that senior citizens are a population in SNAP. People with disabilities are in SNAP. Working families are in SNAP, and a lot of children are involved in that SNAP program. So I think it starts and begins with the misunderstanding about who's receiving the benefits of SNAP, and then from that you begin to think that must be an urban-centric group of people, but it's absolutely not. It's across the country. It's wherever poverty is, and poverty is everywhere.
And so a follow-up question on that. You've heard of the practice of corporations actually steering people to these benefits on SNAP. Could you elaborate on that?
There have been in the past companies that have suggested or have encouraged or have made available information about programs. I don't know if they are aggressively suggesting people sign up, but making them aware of. And I think that's part of the challenge. I mean, it's a balance.
So can we conclude that there's a struggle for American workers and food insecurity is a major issue within the country?
There's no doubt that there are many, many, many working poor with the emphasis on working. People who are working a part-time job, multiple part-time jobs, or a full-time job at a minimum wage. You know, if you know this, if you raise the minimum wage, you would reduce the SNAP population by a significant amount.
A follow-up question regarding the economic benefits of SNAP. The USDA has been very successful in getting more small businesses to participate in SNAP. Is there anything Congress needs to do to support this work? Can you elaborate more on how SNAP is benefiting our farmers, retailers, and the overall economy, in addition to servicing low-income households?
Well, the reality is if people have the ability to buy more product at a grocery store, they're going to do it. And when they do it, it means that everybody in that supply chain, from the person who stocked it to the person who packaged it, who processed it, who produced it, who transported it, those jobs are all connected in event. And if you look at some of the major retailers, you'll find that a significant percentage of their business is SNAP-oriented. So if you take SNAP and you reduce it or you eliminate it, you're obviously going to impact not just the poor families that are receiving it, but you're also going to impact all those people whose jobs are somewhat dependent on it.
Is there any other comments that you care to make before I yield back my time, Mr. Secretary?
There are a lot of comments I'd like to make, but I think I'll just pass.
Well, I'd like to say once again, Mr. Vilsack, thank you for your many, many years of service and your knowledge, and let it be recorded that you've gone through this committee numerous times. You've taken all these questions really without notes, and you've been here for 3 hours. You've gone without lunch once again as you fight for American families. And thank you for your service again. Mr. Chairman Thompson, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for your time and effort here today and what you do. I can't let that dam removal bit in the system that Mr. Reamer was talking about go by. Yes, that would be very devastating for shipping of crops in that area, as it's been devastating in my Northern California area with the removal of the Klamath dams partly underway now, and the filth and stink and stench and muck that is moving down the Klamath River, ostensibly to be helping fish. The wildlife that has been wiped out there, fish, you see hundreds of dead fish in the photos, and deer that have been trapped out there that Fish and Game had to shoot. All sorts of things going on with that. And then also on the hit list, and that's devastating agriculture in the Klamath Basin, as well as the water taken away from the Scott and Shasta rivers down below. Also the Eel River, where there's a dam slated on the hit list there that'll devastate part of wine country. So dam removal is not something that Congress controls, otherwise we would have put a stop to that. It's runaway agencies and environmental groups. So the issue with forestry in my district in the west, we've suffered the Camp Fire a few years ago. 85 people lost their lives in Paradise area, and then the Dixie Fire a couple years later, a 1 million acre fire, in addition to the many hundreds of thousands of acres of fire, individual 100,000 acre fires. As you know, in the whole West, it's millions per year. So the issue comes down to what is Forest Service doing and the other entities, but we'll talk about Forest Service on federal lands to get the job done. I know they, a couple years ago, put out a concept of 20 million by over 10 years of forest treatment. Well, they have about 200 million acres in their purview. So that would mean 2 million acres per year, over 200 million acres. That would take 100 years to cover that if they were actually doing that. So we've given tools in past farm bills and are trying to enhance that in this current farm bill with more categorical exclusions to help move the ball, but they haven't taken advantage of. As of recently, it only put a handful of them out to move that. We have good demonstrations. We had a Tahoe project some years ago that when wildfire hit that, the fire basically stopped where that treatment had happened. Other areas where treatment had happened on private lands. So, Secretary, what can we do to get the Forest Service to act and stop the lengthy delays in the project planning process and use these categorical exclusions as we're trying to advance more so in the Farm Bill and make larger areas, 10,000, 15,000 acres, which is a drop in the bucket on the millions of acres?
Well, first of all, Congressman, 85% of the work that's being done is being done under the CE effort. So we are utilizing that tool on our ongoing, regular, consistent basis.
Well, that's good, but 85% of how much?
Well, 85%. Well, last year I think we did 4.2 million acres. And not every acre of land obviously is the same, so what we've been able to do is identify where the risks are the highest. We've established a number of about 250 priority fire sheds where we are providing resources for treatment because we see that as the highest risk. And each year we're meeting the mark that we set for treatment. And then we're following up in areas that have been devastated in the past with reforestation efforts.
But part of the problem is that in certain situations, burned acres are counted as treatment. And so when you're looking at the overall volume that we have to do, we have millions of acres we have to get done. And what I'm getting at is we have to have the private sector. We have to use all possible tools. Good neighbor authority, we need tribes, we need local governments, we need cooperation, and not just
being done.
Slow.
All of those tools are being used in a very extensive way.
But to the volume, I'm talking, pace and scale. We got to scale it up dramatically or we're going to keep burying millions. Let me shift quickly to the climate smart. I'm looking at some of the figures on that. First of all, on the goals, what are we hoping to reach? That's a 5-year program, right?
Correct.
Okay, and it was funded by the IRA, right?
No. It's funded by,
Well, there's a kick-in of money towards that from the IRA, right?
no.
CCC, all right, thank you. But there was an influx of dollars to the, anyway, let me what I'm getting at. I see the stated goal of 60 million metric tons of CO2. What's our baseline? What percent of the atmosphere right now is CO2?
I don't know what the percent is. The idea here isn't so much the specific amount, it's learning what works and what doesn't work, so that we can make sure that in the future we are using resources, conservation resources, in the most effective.
Okay, tell me this then, because farmers are going to have to change practices to participate, and they could be frozen out.
No.
If everybody's doing this. I'm a farmer in my real life too. I farm rice, and so basically if CO2 tie-up means no-till, I do not have that as an option, whereas a neighboring crop might have no-till as an option. I don't. So we're going to be left behind. The farmers like the current conservation programs that are out there, EQIP and the others, but this new one here is going to require them to jump through hoops in order to maybe be competitive or not. So just, can you just close on that and I'll yield?
Can I?
Go ahead.
Do you want me to respond?
Please, Secretary.
It's voluntary. It basically creates an opportunity for us to learn what works and what doesn't work. And it doesn't necessarily put people at a competitive disadvantage at all, because you also have the regular conservation programs that are utilizing. And it's not requiring them to go through a series of hoops. And in some cases, it's actually paying them for what they're already doing. But the idea here is to measure, monitor, and verify the results so that we know what works and what doesn't work, so that we don't invest in what doesn't work.
Okay. The CO2 number is 0.04% of the atmosphere. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the only meteorologist in Congress, I knew the answer to that. I couldn't help you, Mr. Secretary. Sorry. But thank you for taking the time. I know it's been a long day. And as a meteorologist who worked in Western Illinois for so long, I tracked many of the storms that went over Mount Pleasant, Iowa. So I did want to talk about what producers back home are talking about. They've underscored the need for regionally specific data to help them identify the right conservation practices for them that will improve soil health, build resilience, and sequester more carbon. Quite simply being smart with respect to changing climate. My bipartisan bill advancing the Research on Climate Impacts Act, or ARACHI, will help the USDA develop a standardized methodology to monitor and inventory regional soil carbon. It also establishes a national soil carbon network so that farmers can access local data without disclosing proprietary information to determine which practices work best to improve soil health. Of the $20 billion in Inflation Reduction Act conservation funding, $300 million is designated to improve soil carbon measurement. So could you provide details on how the $300 million has been spent thus far to address soil carbon MMRV?
It's been set up in a multitude of ways, Congressman, to establish basically not only soil carbon monitoring network, which is a series of pilots, a series of locations across the country where we can do exactly what you're asking us to do, to learn regionally what the differences might be. We're also setting up a greenhouse gas emission network to do the similar work. We're going to take information, try to figure out, are there better ways to manage the data, better ways to use technology, better ways to use artificial intelligence and so forth to be able to analyze the information. And from that, we want to be able to convert that into better tools and models for producers across the country to be able to utilize so that they have a better sense of, for their farm, for their operation, what works and what doesn't work. So there's a rather coordinated effort within USDA in a number of mission areas to essentially use these resources to get data, to analyze the data, and convert it into meaningful tools for producers.
I want to turn to the interest in solar for just a moment on agriculture land specifically, or agrivoltaics. This is rapidly increasing as we strive to achieve our renewable energy goals. However, I represent some of the most fertile land in the world. I have producers today that say, what are we supposed to do when we have an offer for $1,200 an acre for solar on our farms? Mr. Secretary, can you elaborate on some of the reasons why it's essential that we develop sound regional guidance that identifies the best practices for where we put solar in agriculture?
Well, I think it's an opportunity for non-productive land to be more productive. And so identifying where that is and encouraging the location. One of the things we're doing with our PACE and New Era program was to have a series of listening sessions to address this issue of where does it make sense to have large-scale solar operations and where doesn't it make sense, so that people are sensitive to this. I think it's also an issue of technology. What we're learning now is that people are beginning to look at a different configuration of solar farms so that you could essentially have a solar farm and a livestock operation simultaneously. So I think there's a combination of things that we need to be doing here.
There's so much ahead, and all of the above approach is important. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to conclude with this. Today, there's a significant concern regarding the impact that proposed cuts by the House GOP to the IRA conservation funding and thrifty food plan reevaluation will have on both small-town businesses and our farm families. To my colleagues and my families back home, rating programs that invest in high-demand conservation and nutrition initiatives like SNAP do not achieve a bipartisan farm bill, but instead they hurt the people who are struggling today. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has committed to finding billions of dollars outside of the Senate Agriculture Committee's jurisdiction to help us pass a bipartisan farm bill in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to bring this. Working families across our country depend on it. Family farmers depend on it. Kids depend on it. And Mr. Secretary, it's my hope that we can get a bipartisan farm bill across the finish line because it is that important. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, the Cheese King of Congress, Mr. Van Orden.
That is correct. Write that down, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming. It's been a very long day. And so what I'd like to do is I'm a freshman, so I'm at the tail end of everything. So I just solicited a bunch of my constituents. So these questions are coming directly from my constituents. The first one's going to come from Organic Valley, which is headquartered in Lafarge, Wisconsin. It is not some left coast thing. That is from the middle of my district. It's awesome. And here's what they want to ask you. Secretary Vilsack, dairy is an economic engine for the upper Midwest and provides bountiful nutrition for millions of Americans. We're very glad that the House has passed the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which is awesome. We need more milk options for schools and making sure that they can have whole milk if they choose to. I'm really interested in solving the problems and leveraging private industry to make investments in dairy. One of the efforts USDA offers is the Dairy Business Innovation Initiative, and these initiatives convene farmers, industrial partners, academia to tackle production, processing, marketing, the marketing needs of the dairy industry specific to each initiative's coverage area. Focused on enhancing the capacity and vitality of the dairy industry, the programs offer grants to industry participants. We'd like to know how strong is the demand for the DBIs, and can you tell us how many projects are funded? That's the first part. How many applications are received? The second part. How much funding is requested by companies and farmers applying, and how we are measuring the effectiveness of each DBI.
I think I understand the question.
Yep.
And if I don't, and I don't answer it, we'll be glad to get the answer.
Very well.
I believe there are 4 of these in the country.
Yep.
We allocated $20 million to each of the 4.
Yep.
And they make decisions based on where those resources need to be allocated.
Okay.
So that they would have the information in terms of the number of grants and specific investments. So
Okay.
we don't control, once we give the resources to the Innovation Center, it's the Innovation Center that makes the determination.
So if we could get that information from these guys later, or if you could help us do that, I'd appreciate it greatly. Here's the next one. We've heard from our organic dairy farmers and organic milk buyers that the federal milk marketing orders offer no benefit or value for organic milk and have no bearing on day-to-day organic milk prices. The most recent FMMO hearings that concluded this past month did not review a proposal to exempt organic milk from pooling obligations, leaving hundreds of organic farmers frustrated and disappointed. Is the USDA willing to hear a proposal and establish a hearing on the role of organic milk in the federal milk marketing orders?
I mean, the challenge is that is the underpinning of a milk marketing order is participation by dairy producers. And I think it's a complicated question they're asking that would require us to kind of think about ways in which it wouldn't necessarily compromise or jeopardize the traditional dairy producer if we were to set up a separate program. We'll see what happens with the federal milk marketing order hearing that just concluded.
Yep.
Over 12,000 pages of transcript now being reviewed.
And sir, I've got a couple more for the guys. So this is from our hog producers. They are losing an average of $30 per head due to high input costs. What can the USDA do to support our hog producers to ensure that they can pass on these operations to the next generation?
We continue to purchase pork through our surplus programs. We continue to promote pork exports. I mean, that's two ways of providing assistance and help.
Okay. And then where do you stand on Prop 12 in California?
Where do I stand on it?
What are your thoughts? I know it went to the Supreme Court and said Congress should act. I agree with the Supreme Court. We should be acting.
The problem is that essentially every state can do this, and I think it's chaotic. It's going to be chaotic.
Okay. And then the Wisconsin Farm Bureau would like us to highlight the change in dairy pricing formula has negatively affected dairy farmers across the country, and Wisconsin is losing about one dairy farm a day. Many of my constituents are asking the USDA to use their emergency powers to change the dairy pricing formula from the average of to the higher of. No one's testified in opposition to changing this formula. The USDA is considering making the change through the FMMO hearing process that just concluded. We talked about that. Unfortunately, they're on step 5 of 12 in the process. Dairy farmers can't wait till 2025. Do you support accelerating this process?
You know, I'm not prepared to answer that question because I need to have a better understanding of exactly what you're asking.
Okay.
What I would do is give you this, which will provide you some information on how we're helping the dairy industry.
Okay.
The pretty significant amount of help that we are.
Well, thank you, sir. And, Mr. Chairman, I have several more questions I'd like to enter for the record. They're coming from our corn growers.
Without objection.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, and I yield back. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Now, please recognize the gentlelady from Michigan. I have to say, an early co-sponsor of Whole Milk for Healthy Kids, Congresswoman Slotkin, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're almost done. You're getting down to the dregs of us here, so almost out. Mr. Secretary, you've answered it in a couple different ways, but just to put a sharper point on it, my questions have to do with this concept of foreign ownership of American land, farmland. Last time you were here in March, I asked you about this. You pushed back that, you know, in a state like Michigan, majority of foreign land is owned by the Canadians by far, the Dutch, you know, folks who are our friends. But since then, the GAO and others have come out. I think you've heard a bipartisan concern about adversarial states, a very small handful of states who we could have a potential problem with down the road. Myself and Representative Feenstra from this committee put together something that we tried to make real, which is that when a foreign entity from an adversarial country tries to buy farmland, they would just go through a national security review. This is exactly what happens if farmland right now wants to be sold to a foreign country of any kind next to a military base. I'm from the Department of Defense. So we have a process, but it's just very limited. How do you think about a process where we wouldn't be clamping down and saying no unilaterally, but there would be a national security review of the sale of to foreigners of farmland?
Yeah, I've suggested that USDA ought to be part of the CFIUS process, which is an extension of your question. I think that would be fine.
Okay. And a part of that bill is giving you a seat at the table on CFIUS, which is our longstanding process. I think it would be great if there was a bill that you liked, and then we could push forward, since I do think it's a bipartisan issue. The second question, from Michigan, our tagline now is we are the most diverse agricultural state in the country with regular access to water, right? That's our dig at California. Because of that, that we have cherry farmers, stone fruit farmers, asparagus, mint. We have a ton of smaller farmers, not monocropping. And the number one issue they raise with me when I sit with them is the cost, reliability, and availability of labor, right? Our kids don't go and work on farms anymore in the summer in the same ways. So getting that H-2A program is vital for our farmers. And they keep talking to me about the mandatory increases in the wages for those coming to work on their farms. Not that they don't want people to make decent wages, but how are we asking them to increase year over year when their profits aren't going up, right? Just kind of basic bake sale math. We've talked with the Secretary of Labor about this, but can you confirm, do you have any tools in your toolkit as the Secretary of Agriculture that would be able to provide waivers, for instance, for our smallest farms, for little guys who just can't afford these increases?
We don't have that, but what we did do is create this farm labor stabilization pilot with $63 million from the American Rescue Plan and put it out there for producers of all kinds and all sizes in all states. We got over 300 applications for assistance, and we're in the process of trying to figure out among those 300 operations who is going to get resources. And what struck me in connection with this was that most of the people applying wanted to have a higher threshold in terms of wage levels, in terms of health care, in terms of housing for their employees. We expected them to go in sort of the base level where the cost would be significantly less, but we had more applications at the higher level, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, but that program is closed, right? There's not a relief program for current small farmers.
We don't have anything available as you suggested.
It's just hard as someone who is in the executive branch and a national security person to understand that there's literally no special authority to make very, very rare decisions for the Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of Labor, all these folks. You can understand how farmers feel like it's a bureaucratic answer that, well, we can't do anything, we can't do anything. Are you sure there is not a special authority that you have for waivers or to do something more on this issue? Have you looked at every legal possibility?
I have.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why it's frustrating to have these questions asked.
Yeah.
Because you all had the ability to get this solved. And farmers had the ability to get this solved by supporting the Farm Worker Modernization Act, which would have capped a level. But it didn't get through. Why didn't it get through? Politics.
Yeah, and I'm a co-sponsor of that bill. Okay, well, thank you for your attention to the issue, and thanks for being here. I yield back.
The gentlelady, and for the record, it did pass out of the House.
I know it did, with a bipartisan vote. Bipartisan vote, and it had a majority of members in the
And
Senate.
it got hung up in the Senate.
Frustrating.
Unfortunately, some of the more difficult points, or just a few, were not addressed in the Senate. Now, please recognize a gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, there we go. And Ranking Member, Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you again. I remember the first comments you gave me, that I'm always usually the last person to go here, is you're a very patient young man. Well, I got to tell you, Mr. Secretary, you're a very patient secretary. So thank you. Agriculture is one of Ohio's largest industries, and our state ranks 9th in the nation in the number of farms. However, I've heard firsthand from farmers and livestock producers in my congressional district and through local leaders in my Agriculture Advisory Council key concerns impacting farm economies throughout the Northeast Ohio region. More troubling is the U.S. Department of Agriculture's most recent farm income forecast released just last week, indicating a 25.5% decrease in farm income from 23, and I know that was touched on earlier. Major priorities I've heard resound from our region's farmers include strengthening the farm safety net, ensuring viable access to risk management tools, incentive-based conservation initiatives, innovative technology, research, expanding biofuels, trade market promotion, safeguarding animal health,
USDA meat inspection partnerships, robust career technical education, including training tools to lift the underserved, and key areas to strengthen Ohio's farm economy. I have several questions, including the rising agricultural trade deficit of $30 billion and loss of trade opportunities expanding crop markets through sustainable aviational fuels, including my bipartisan bicameral Farm to Fly Act and critical GREET modeling updates, and on behalf of the Ohio Department of Agriculture, concerns related to cost-share partnerships and meat inspections. If we are not able to cover all of my questions today, which I know that we're not, I'm going to submit them, and I would respectfully ask if you guys could give us a response in writing. So, trade. While international trade is critical to Ohio and United States agricultural producers, USDA's most recent outlook for the U.S. agricultural trade signaled the agricultural trade deficit nearly doubled last year, rising to $30 billion. Straining the ability of U.S. producers to meet global food demands, the USDA report detailed trade losses is driven by reductions in grain and feed, livestock, poultry, and dairy exports. For this reason, I am working with several of my colleagues, including Representatives Duarte, Craig, and Feenstra, on a letter to you and Ambassador Tai, seeking U.S. strong leadership in global agricultural trade. Mr. Secretary, finally, I get to the question. I'm out of breath. So, Mr. Secretary, for roughly 60 years, the U.S. ran an agricultural trade surplus. Well, that is no longer the case, and over 30 major U.S. farm organizations through the President's Export Council have called to expand export market opportunities for United States food and agriculture. Can you please detail your plans to address this trade deficit and empower American producers to remain leaders in the global trade market?
We recently announced our Regional Agriculture Promotion Program designed to expand opportunities in some of the lesser-known market opportunities, which we think will allow us to diversify, so we're no longer as totally reliant on China. The reality is when the Chinese economy suffers, basically exports suffer. When our economy is stronger than any other economy in the industrialized world, our consumers are able to purchase more, world's consumers are able to purchase less. That impacts exports. The fact that we, for too many years, ignored our infrastructure needs allowed our competitors to catch up with us. Now we're trying to address the infrastructure needs. That's also part of it. But we did put this RAP program together in an effort to try to invest in more presence, more trade missions, more promotions, more ability to get the word out about U.S. products. I think we will be cost competitive, and I think you're going to continue to see an uptick in exports. We did have record years in exports the last couple of years, and I expect and anticipate that we will get that surplus back, but it's going to take a year or two.
Yeah, and thank you for that detailed answer. And I know you look at this through this lens, and I'm speculating, so I shouldn't speak for you or anybody else, but with trade comes national security implications in terms of strengthening our relationships with foreign countries. And all I ask is that we continue to explore any of those opportunities as the world is how it is right now, and looking to strengthen our relationships with just people around the globe, I think is extremely beneficial. I'm just going to go right into what I just talked about earlier about agriculture and meat inspection cost share. I'm just going to go right to the question, Mr. Secretary. Given the critical nature of broadening meat inspection capabilities, which I understand has been a priority to this administration, what options is USDA considering providing the maximum 50% reimbursement to state meat inspection programs?
Well, if we have a budget, we're in a position to do more. So pass the budget.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be an impossible task right now. Okay. Second, actually, we're out of time, Mr. Secretary. I have the questions. I'll submit them to you. Thank you for your time and thank you for your patience. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I was happy to have you visit the east part of upstate New York's 19th Congressional District. I'd welcome you back to the west part of upstate New York's 19th Congressional District. Cornell, Ithaca, and a lot of rural communities would love to have you visit. I come from a local government background, and I continue to hear from municipal leaders and community leaders about the lack of access to technical assistance for rural development grants through the USDA. You kind of addressed this, I think, in a good-natured way. I'd like to return to the question, though. By nature, rural development grants are intended to support rural communities, and of course, in many cases, they don't have the technical expertise or the staff or even the time to fulfill those grant application requirements. So right now, the USDA, as you know, continues to announce new pools of funding available for everything from energy to infrastructure, manufacturing, and beyond.
But the fundamental problem still exists. I think you recognize this. Small municipalities and farmers don't have the capacity to access these programs. And sadly, funding is being distributed unevenly and in many ways inefficiently. Could you discuss with us why would USDA announce new initiatives, some authorized, some not, without having the capacity to assist farmers and municipalities, and how might that be remedied?
Well, with due respect, Congressman, I don't think that's accurate. I think we have invested in through expanded cooperative agreements and contracts with a number of organizations and entities that are helping farmers and all across the country being able to access programs and assist them in basically applying for programs.
Yeah, I don't think that this is anecdotal. It's certainly not in New York. Farmers have consistently seen the inability to access that technical assistance.
We've got literally over 100 organizations that we're contracting with on NRCS, 30 organizations that we're contracting with FSA, so the assistance is there and the help is there. We're also, as part of a number of the new initiatives, we have set aside, as I said earlier, a series of resources to be able to provide for technical assistance. And plus, I was a mayor of a small town, so I came from a local government background also. And what I do know is that many states have regional economic development councils of government, that provide that service. I'm surprised that New York doesn't have those kinds of regional local government assistant programs to basically help with the grant writing. I don't know I can't imagine that New York doesn't have those.
New York does not have an institution for municipal assistance when it comes to grant writing, but I'm heartened to hear that you don't believe there's additional need to meet those new initiatives. I just would say again that without question, farmers and communities have consistently said this to me, certainly now in this role, but I experienced it as a county executive and village mayor myself. I
should also say we're simplifying the process. We've cut the application process, for example, for loans in half. We've created a loan assistance program. We're using technology in our website to maybe make it a little bit easier. So we have simplified the program.
I appreciate that. I would encourage then the continued earnest look at making those greater efficiencies, and certainly we'll communicate where we think in the state, certainly in New York, there are some concerns. I did want to ask at least one other question. One area of obvious concern for us in upstate New York is as it relates to our dairy farms and fair milk pricing. With the recent conclusion of the FMMO hearing, farmers are anxiously waiting for a final determination from the USDA, with some optimism that the Class 1 mover will be restored to the higher of the pricing system. Can you provide to us any insight as to the next steps for the USDA and estimated timeline for a decision announcement?
An analysis of over 12,000 pages of transcript, hundreds of exhibits, needs to be analyzed and reviewed by their folks at USDA and the economists and so forth at USDA. That's going to take some time, but our expectation is that we're going to try to get this done this year.
So your estimation is sometime is within the next 10 to 11 months?
Sooner than that, probably.
Okay. I certainly would follow up as it's of concern to obviously many farmers across America, but upstate New York struggling in this space as well. With that, I'll submit some additional questions, Mr. Secretary. Again, we have an open invitation to visit the west end of upstate New York. The folks at Cornell would love to see you.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Now, please recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Congresswoman Kamik, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming before the committee. I'll jump right into it. As my colleagues and I here on this committee have repeatedly said, food security is national security, and it's important that we do everything we can to support and protect American-grown products. Now, as you know, unfair competition from foreign imports is a growing problem for our producers. And specifically in Florida, without seasonal or perishable protections, this is a growing concern. We know that Mexico has unfair schemes targeting Florida producers specifically. And I know that many of my colleagues have raised similar issues on everything from peaches and honey and apple juice from China to seafood from Russia, all of which is ending up in American schools. So specifically, what is USDA doing to ensure that American-grown products are being served in American schools? And is there a requirement for American-grown products to be used in schools?
There is a requirement that food that we purchase has to be produced and processed and everything aspect of it being done in the U.S.
Now, what are you doing to ensure that that is in fact happening? Because as I've just laid out, we're finding products from all over the world, from Russia and China, et cetera, in our school systems.
Well, if you want to give us information about the specific schools, we'll be more than happy to take a look at that specific circumstance. We have a process in which we, through our Food and Nutrition Service, do the best we can to ensure that the purchases that are being made are consistent with the rules and regulations of FNS.
So I'll tell you what, by the end of the quarter, you and I can have a conversation, and I'll make sure my team gets the data to yours, and we can go through that.
Right. I'd be very interested in the names of the school districts that you've alluded to, so that we could take a deeper dive into that particular area.
Perfect. Now, moving on, according to FSA staff, as of February 9th, there are currently 1,550 applications for ECP assistance with the USDA that are either approved and not paid, not approved, or still pending in the wake of Hurricanes Ian and Idalia. Now, you and I have chatted about this offline, but it's been a year and a half since Hurricane Ian and 6 months since Idalia. While the local FSA staff has been very helpful, the few that we have, and we know that that is also an issue, the ability to process these applications in the aftermath, it's simply put just inadequate, and it's unacceptable. Mr. Secretary, can you explain the delays in our producers getting the assistance when they need it the most?
We are doing the very level best we can to get the resources out. I mean, I know that you wanted to ensure that the state would be allowed to do this block grant process, and you know what, if you authorize it, if the Congress creates the opportunity for this, we'll be more than happy to utilize that program. But in the meantime, we are doing the best we can with the resources that we have.
Well, and I will say there is certain flexibilities and liberties that you as Secretary can take to make programs a little bit more flexible and get the money out the door faster. So I would encourage you to utilize that authority. In your written testimony, you mentioned that the Biden administration's historic investments have allowed USDA the opportunity to ensure small and mid-sized producers get a fair shake. Those are your words. However, other agencies in this administration are proposing burdensome regulations, and if finalized, and some of them already have been, that will regulate these very producers that you're saying that you want to protect. It's going to regulate them out of business. Some examples of the regulations include Waters of the U.S., or WOTUS as we call it, the Affluent Limitation Guidelines and Standards for Meat and Poultry Products, animal waste, air emissions reporting, the politicization of crop protection tools, the SEC climate disclosure rule, just a few. Heck, I had the administrator of the EPA tell me to my face, point blank, that he had no idea what contour terracing was or vegetative filter strips were. And yet his agency is mandating them for the producers that we're here to try to protect and support. So, Mr. Secretary, from my vantage point, it appears as though other agencies in this administration are playing in USDA's sandbox, and they're wanting to dictate what producers grow and how they do it. So instead of advocating for farmers and ranchers as intended, USDA is laser focused on expanding and funding policies related to what they believe to be climate smart. Now, you've testified multiple times, including before this very committee, that you don't want other agencies to tell you how to do your job. Yet at every other opportunity, other agencies are telling our farmers and ranchers how to do theirs. So you end your written testimony asking if we are okay losing another 400,000 family farms in the next 30 years. However, overregulation by the other agencies in this administration outside of the USDA are exactly, they're on the path to do exactly what your testimony is outlining. So instead of idly standing by, I would encourage and implore you to take a very active role within this administration of which you serve to advocate for farmers and ranchers, not only in your department, but across the other agencies that are pushing our producers out of business. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm over my time. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Seeing no other questions to be asked by members, before we adjourn today, I want to offer my closing comments. Ranking Member Scott had an unavoidable conflict, and was not able to be here for his closing comments. First, Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for joining us today. You're, quite frankly, the mastery of the tremendous width and breadth of the issues of agriculture, which is the industry itself. It's so complex. There's so much there, and you're to be commended and appreciated for your mastery of that information. I think we share the same goal, that at the end of the day, we want a highly effective farm bill. I think the case has been made for that. You've made the case for that. Every member on this committee I talk with makes the case for that. And I think we have worked together to achieve, from a policy perspective, that end goal. Where we disagree, perhaps, is quite frankly we have to find a way to pay for it. And so it's kind of a pipe dream to, and it'd be a shame, the good bipartisan work that we've done. I want to thank our members for participation. We had almost everyone. And thank our staffs for doing such a great job of putting this together. I do question whoever's in charge of the heat in the room. I don't know about you, but I'm about frostbite here. So as I close, there are a few points I want to make. I heard a number of times about, quote, the inability to pass a farm bill. And I just have to say that agriculture policy, the agriculture industry, takes teamwork. And we all need to be working as a team. And quite frankly, there's probably a lot of reasons why we haven't got a farm bill done, let alone the fact that this farm bill needs to pass, has to be, the Senate has to take action and reconcile. That's hanging out there, and I don't know how soon they're going to be ready. But that said, we're still waiting on USDA technical assistance. We have at least a dozen requests that have been submitted at least 6 months ago. We're still waiting on, now, and we've gotten great technical assistance, but they're still pending from USDA, and we need to have that technical assistance to make sure that we're on track with great policy, highly effective policy. Where CBO has come along, but there still they still have their work that they need to complete. And by law, we can't really proceed without them. And then, quite frankly, we have a syndrome that's going on in this committee, and I would say in the executive branch, we have funding denial, and I'll come back to that. For the record, this committee has not been idle. Each member here has been invited to the countryside to hear from the very people that we're charged to represent. And I've been very appreciative and thankful for the bipartisan participation that we have done over the past 3 years. Thousands of miles, meetings, roundtables, visits on, as was illustrated today, on farms, seeing agriculture in action. And that's how you build a great farm bill. You make it tripartisan. It's Democrats, Republicans, and quite frankly, the industry. And those are the voices that we have brought to the table. We've actively engaged, our members in a bipartisan way have actually actively engaged in roundtables and discussions to build a bipartisan product when it comes to policy. We've also heard today a lot of cherry-picked data points, and there's a lot of data out there to pick from, I get that, but attempts to paint the farm economy as positive. The department's own analysis shows a very different story, and when you spend time with as many different farmers and ranchers, key stakeholders in rural America, it's a different story today. They're struggling. I've also gathered this administration continues to demonize farmers, frankly, of all sizes, in cases where they do not subscribe to a far-left climate agenda. Now, I think hopefully everybody in this room and most people watching in know that I appreciate the fact that our farmers and ranchers, quite frankly, are climate champions. We don't give them credit for what they do already. And I'm all in favor of, in knowing that American agriculture can be defined as science, technology, and innovation. It is not static, it's dynamic, and we will move it forward. And we'll move it forward with this Farm Bill. But the fact is that, to do that, there are good ways to do that, and then there's ways that really aren't helping the American farmer. Instead, this administration is embracing continued inflation, record costs for production, and I appreciate there some of the things we've talked about have come down a little bit, but they are not down to where they were to that in past years. And really, the destruction, what leads to the destruction of the agricultural landscape, that's I guess that's a complex way of saying the loss of those family farms that we've all noted that have gone out of business and the threats to lose more in the future. I also heard that a historically uneventful market basket update has been proudly manipulated to solely allow Democrats to increase the welfare state. And the recently submitted chart, for the record, from my colleague is disingenuous. Using a distortion of CBO's data really is partisanship at best. For those who will take the time, and it's not like there hasn't been ample opportunity to read the proposal. By the way, the only credible proposals put forward for funding this Farm Bill, which includes, being prescriptive, providing Article 1 authority in terms of, in not an abusive way, of how a future thrifty food plan is evaluated. I heard so many times the word cuts when it comes to that proposal for, for being prescriptive for the thrifty food plan. What's disingenuous is the leading factor in terms of hunger for many families that are struggling really in poverty is the cost of living, the impact of inflation and just other factors, supply chain disruptions, things that would drive up the cost of living. Cost of living adjustments is not being taken away in this proposal. So, and if that's the primary driver of increased costs and financial burden on these families, it is disingenuous, and that's being nice. I can think of a few other words of saying that our proposal makes cuts. And a lot of talk about USDA's Climate Smart pilot, none of which, quite frankly, would be better done not by using CCC, which should be there to directly help our farmers who are challenged financially. I would say that fits much better under what's been rolled out by USDA under research. And I think I'm pretty confident there's a bipartisan consensus. We need to invest more in research. I mean, we're still way ahead of our competitors around the world, but they're spending more on an annual basis, and they'll soon catch us. And that's not where we want to be with American agriculture. But so I would say a better route would have been to work with us through the research title. Quite frankly, it's a unilateral insertion of USDA into the private marketplace costing billions in taxpayer dollars with zero metrics for success and zero transparency and a self-imposed fiscal cliff. And that includes the IRA monies. 2031, whatever's not spent, and we hope it's all spent in an accountable way as an investment, not just to get it out the door, all those remaining dollars go away. The proposal we put on the table means that by rolling it into the Farm Bill base, that money for conservation would be there for farm bills in 2050 and 2055. It would continue to grow and increase investments. Also frustrated by the fact that, of the lack of an answer, but and we'll follow up personally with you on this. When asked about the Sustains Act, you talked about the interest. Well, we know there's interest because that's how we built that piece of legislation that President Biden signed, and now it's 14 months ago. And if we're really serious about getting investments into conservation, then we would want to bring the private sector to the table, and I think will come in a big way. But that's not going to happen until the regulations for implementation is written. And in 14 months at a time where we all know that conservation is so important, it's too long. To my friends on the other side of the aisle, unfortunately, your leadership has been hesitant to share with you how my proposed funding framework will actually help meet your priorities. For example, your number one priority is to reduce hunger. I would agree, that's incredibly important. And the proposal, which I freely admit is a budget gimmick, I don't understand how CBO gets $30 billion out of this, but it allows us to provide SNAP to populations. We could actually expand SNAP to populations that for decades have had limited or no access to SNAP. So we actually can increase access to people that have not been eligible for it. And quite frankly, we maintain it, once again, the cost of living adjustments, which means we're not cutting benefits. There's no intent to cut benefits. I think that's exactly what reducing hunger means, those expansion. And to do that and to be able to have that kind of a pay for. And also what seems to not be translating is that if we put this in place, the next administration, and there will be at some point a future administration that may be more inclined, I hope not, because I'm a big supporter, as you know, of the nutrition title, that may be inclined to decimate individual SNAP benefits. Our proposal for funding would prevent that from occurring because it would be prescriptive, staying within the lines. Now, we have almost unanimous support for the doubling of MAP and FMD market access for our constituents, directed by Congress instead of the whims of any administration. All members appreciate the depth and breadth of conservation programs, and we will reinvest the IRA to continue the great work of our original conservationists, the farmer, but we want to do that for more than a 10-year window. Research and scholarships are a given. Dollars will be made available to ensure our institutions have the tools to thrive. So the list goes on and on. I would like to insert into the record a list of Democratic priorities that I have here somewhere. It is. Sent to me by the New Dem Coalition is just one example of the litany of requests that we're trying to accommodate. This is a list of 125 bills or priorities, and it does carry a significant price tag, billions of dollars. And it will require the ability to move mandatory dollars into our current baseline. So, which is it? Do we, for all my colleagues, do you want your priorities funded or not? We need to be at the table, not just on building great policy, which I think we've done over the past number of years. We got to be at the table figuring out how we fund those, because without the funding, they're not going to be a reality. The funding framework I propose is very thoughtful, balanced, and will not disrupt existing programs or benefits. I would argue in the long run, they're actually going to be beneficial for expanding the benefits that we see under these programs. And the leadership of each and every person and your leadership says that these will not work. Your leadership says that these will not work. So quite frankly, send me your realistic pay-fors, because blaming the speaker does not offer a real solution for farmers, small or large, or rural America. And with that, under the rules of the committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days to receive additional materials and supplemental written responses from the witnesses to any question posed by a member. This hearing of the Committee on Agriculture is adjourned.